Move back to Twitch.
Now we're going live. I have to reduce the quality I'm gonna get from my end though.
That's
Oh,
fine. Alright.
my audio is coming through, by the way, on your starting soon screen.
Oh, that's fine. I'll be switching over right now. Alright. I think this is centered. Well, hello. I'm Boxcat, and I'm here with Sen or Sencho. Who's
Hello!
the they're the creator of today's game, Semper EST.
Yeah, capital S for today, apparently. We're gonna point that out before you went live.
It's I don't know what happened, but apparently my computer was like overloaded, and right as I start streaming, it all shut down. It's like nope. So I had to
Yeah,
reboot
my
it
computer did
and
that to
put
me earlier
everything back
today.
together, and we're here now.
Hi, everyone. I'm just a little guy.
All right. Well, how you been?
I'm okay. Originally, I was tired earlier, and then I ate, and now I'm less tired. I'm gonna have a busy day tomorrow. Um, so how have you been doing?
I've been pretty good. Uh, I'm getting ready for my sister, her husband, and my niece to come over.
How's a lot of family visiting?
Yeah, they usually come over once a summer.
I guess the once is about to be now.
Yep. I came back from my
Good to,
vacation from Maine. I have this week to do things, and then next week I have family, so I need to, in the morning,
yeah,
clean and prepare and all that stuff, and then at nights I have my streaming stuff, so.
yeah, it do be like that. We don't host family over anymore, but I know what that.
Well, if you feel comfortable, can you tell me about yourself?
Sure. That's a little bit of a vague question though. Like, what categories should we tackle first? My computer's about to die.
Oh gosh.
Sorry, we don't need two dead
Whatever you feel
computers
comfortable
today.
with, Sharon.
Um, okay. I'm not usually good at this, but I guess I'll just start with the most basic things. Um, I did post some meet the team uh items today, and like I guess the part where I talk about myself, I mostly kind of just like went over the general basics of I guess what's important and related to this game, and I guess on a more personal level, the main things you need to know about me is that I love the color green and bunnies. But in terms of like game dev related stuff, I'm like very new to the scene because originally what I wanted to do was be a mangaka, but then my mom was like, you can't really do that because you'll be a starring artist. And I was like, well, damn, whatever, I guess. And so I didn't really know what I was going to do as like a profession up until like I started looking around at college programs to see like what was available. And so I went to college, and my original major was for electronic media and communications. And then my university was feeling a little bit silly. And then they split my major into two majors. So I was like, okay. And so I just had to have two majors on my diploma. And the reason why they did this is because it's an engineering school, but because engineers are really bad at communicating their ideas with each other, they had the communications be its own major that they would try to get the engineers to enroll in so that they could not be so bad about communicating ideas with each other.
I mean, that is true.
Um, yeah, and so that was a really wacky aspect of my college life. And I graduated, and things did not really go uphill from there. And so, not really sure what to do because my job prospects were not great. Just because, as I've already mentioned, the school that I went to um, is an engineering school. So, me being a humanities major that focused on electronic arts and communication, the school wasn't really trying to help out us folks that well. So, I kind of had to just like look out for myself, and I'm not very good at understanding the job market, so I was already at like a decline. And so instead of like trying to do comics or animation, I ended up getting into game dev because a lot of the assets you could end up reusing and continuing to tell like a really interesting story without having to like remake multiple assets, because like with comics you have to redraw panels and you have to draw characters at different angles, and then you have to do the same thing with animation, but then you have to like draw over all of the roughs and then clean it up and draw it again and again and again. It's like the same image you draw again and again and again, and I'm like, I can't do that. I'm going to lose my attention so quickly. And so I took a chance last summer, ended up joining someone's team for Magical Girl Game Jam, and then I really liked the experience, and then I hopped onto visual novel development because I actually like visual novels as games more than I do any other proper game. Um, but the game majors who went to my school would love to beg to differ about visual novels being games, but that's not that's not a talk for today.
Then we go into the whole
Um,
talk about visual novel versus game controversy.
it's a controversy. I feel like there's a point where like the visual novel does become a game, but there are certain visual novels that I do think are definitely not games, specifically kinetic visual novels,
Mhm.
because there's no interactivity. You're literally just along for the ride to see the assets and the story play out on a screen, and instead of like having it be a flat image, it's an actual like interactive theater in a way. And
Mhm.
so that I think lends itself to having it be a unique experience. However, because there's like a lack of interactivity, even if you'll have like an interesting way of showcasing the story, because there's no direct um, intervention from the player, I would hesitate to even call it a game. But that's just me. I was really trying to not tangent like that, but whoops. Um, I like super tangented,
Oh, tangent
but I
as
guess
much
I'll
as you
just
want.
yeah. Let me just like walk it back to what I was originally going to say. So yeah, I have a bachelor's of science in electronic arts and communications and media design. And the reason why I have that major is because I'm very enthusiastic about visual design and communication. Part of the reason why I wanted to do this program in the first place was because I care a lot about how things are presented in entertainment media. And what I would have focused on would be like comics or animation, but like my passion between the two of those is character design. And so being able to communicate effectively with character design contributes towards the effectiveness of the narrative of whatever's being told. And so I wanted to, like, I guess, I wouldn't say like make a thesis, but like make it my drive in creating things. And I definitely still embody that. But when I went in, I thought I was going to come out a character designer. Um, that didn't happen. So I'll just make it happen some other way. And for now, it's manifested in just designing my own characters and putting them in a visual novel. And
Hmm.
here we are.
Are you making it work? That's
Yeah.
what's important. We work with what we have and what we can do and whatnot.
Yeah, especially since the job market is so tough nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
Man, so depressing.
Mm-hmm. Quite is. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff like price of school, price of rents, price of food, price of
The
everything,
price
price of
of
life.
everything is up. My mom likes to call it shrinkflation because the price of everything is going up, except the quality and the quantity of what you can get for that price has gone down.
Especially when it comes to washing machines. I was having this talk with my family during vacation, and my
Mhm.
cousin had gotten a new washing machine, and literally they had only had it like 2 years and it broke down.
For two
Meanwhile, my
years?
mom had had until a few years ago, my mom had had a washing machine that she had since she married my dad, which is when, like, what, 30 years ago?
30-year washing
And it
machine.
was working perfectly. But
Whoa.
30 years compared to 2 years? That's a pretty
That's
obvious
so
gap in
awful.
how quality is going down.
Yeah,
Intentionally,
that's an
because they're going to
insane
force you to
gap.
buy a new one.
My condolences
Yeah.
to your washing
Yeah.
machine.
We made it last as long as we could. It was a good one. but but yes,
Yeah, we
that is
also had a similar situation with our washing machine, but I don't really want to get into it. We're gonna go on another
okay.
tangent because like there's the washing machine, and then there's the dishwasher, and then there's the dishwasher in our basement, and then I don't think our dryer's been replaced actually. But anyways, like we've had old appliances that need to get replaced, and then like the new stuff is like not lasting that long either, and it's a really bad look, especially with how expensive everything is nowadays. They're like, oh look at this cool new future tech, and the future tech doesn't fucking work.
This wasn't what we were promised 20 years ago.
Yes, I wasn't promised. Why I say I, but it's my mom's fridge. We weren't promised a fridge that has little diaper accidents literally every day. We don't know why, but for some reason the freezer keeps leaking. Either during the summer or the dead of the winter, it just keeps leaking, and none of us know why. We've had handyman come in, and they're like, "I don't know why it's leaking. I don't know where it's coming from."
Oh gosh.
And it's just like, we just got this fridge. Why is it leaking? Like, we can't just buy a new fridge because the rest of it works fine. There's no point in buying a new fridge.
Uh, well, talking
Uh,
about appliances,
anyways,
I did just get a
yeah.
Keurig. I haven't set it up yet, but I have
Ooh,
coffee at my disposal now, so yay.
epic. I haven't had coffee since I visited my friend because my immediate family are not coffee drinkers. So we don't own any coffee machines.
mm,
Um, I haven't actually like had a taste for coffee until my senior year of university. Um, I guess this will be somewhat relevant later, but the final year of university for me was literally hell because none of my advisors properly notified me that I was behind on credits until my second to last semester um, at RPI. Oh wait, I wasn't supposed to say that, but anyway, anyways,
I'll bleep it out if I put it on
well,
YouTube.
I just I don't want to like name names just because
I get
A for
it.
privacy and B for legal reasons. If they try to get me for slander, that would be a little bit awkward. But anyways, where was I? Okay, so the advisors didn't tell me I was behind on credits, and I was like, wow, that's really awkward. Guess I'll have to take extra classes. How many extra classes do I have to take? Four, which
Oh,
is the equivalent of an entire semester's workload.
oh
And
gosh.
I'm like, hold up. In order to graduate, I have to do the equivalent of 2 semesters workload at once. And thankfully, I didn't have to do it for like, I didn't have to like take 8 classes for an entire semester. But what ended up happening was I had to take three 3 week online classes in the first month. I think that was like January. So for January, I'm taking these super rushed courses that are supposed to be 14 weeks worth of like information and then learn all of it in 3 weeks 3 times. And in addition to doing that, I have to take 5 classes during a normal semester.
Oh, God.
Thankfully, they only overlapped for 1 week. But if I had to do all 8 of those classes simultaneously for 3 weeks, I don't think I would have survived. Oh,
That would
thankfully,
not be fun.
it definitely would not have been. But thankfully, having to go through it prepared me for Jam Crunch because I was like, there ain't no way I'm ever doing this ever again. So I managed to properly plan out what was going to happen and when things were due um, when I was making the game. And then I also had backup plans and minimal, I guess, like content margins, just so that there was something functional and feasible to put out without like forcing people to overwork themselves just to meet like a baseline. And because we did end up having to cut, I don't want to say a lot, but I think like a decent amount of content because what's currently available is only the common route. And I think like this is relevant to a question you had for later. Um, and so because it's only just the common route right now, there were supposed to be route previews. And then I was going to figure out how I wanted to proceed in getting this game out because in terms of like I guess funding, um, this I guess quickest thing that anyone would think about is start a Kickstarter. But the problem with starting a Kickstarter is that you need to have a really large reach in order to properly garner funds in addition to properly selling the Kickstarter. And because I don't have a large following behind me, like as I've said earlier, I'm literally new on the visual novel scene. So um, that that quickly did not become an option. So
Yeah.
instead of, I guess, making plans on how to get this game out, I'm going to be wrapping up what was originally planned to be released as the demo and then properly figuring it out.
If you if there's a marketing class available, that might be useful.
Well,
Because
I've already
I understand a
graduated.
lot of marketing goes into promoting your game if you want it to be successful.
Yes, yes, there was actually a marketing class I could have taken the semester before my health semester,
Oh.
but I ended up dropping out of it because I don't know what it is, but every time I take a semester at my university, I would be super burnt out afterwards. I don't know if it's because of the pace of the class or if it's the content load of the class, because what I'm aware of is that most college courses have their credits set per class at 3, but the college I went to has them set at 4. And thankfully, because of that increase, you get to take less classes. However, that means the class workload is increased. And I don't know, maybe I just didn't properly, I guess, study or maintain a schedule. But even when I was trying to do things early, it just doesn't work out. I either get really tired really quick or I can't focus, or I'll sit there and be like, I don't have any ideas. I don't know what I'm going to do. And so then I end up scrambling no matter what at the end of the day.
I get that. I get that. I was always exhausted at the end of semesters too.
Yeah. Like, thankfully, as a humanities major, I don't have to take as many exams as most people do, but still not fun. And usually, instead of having to have exams, we have like final projects instead, and usually they're weighed the most out of every class assignment, so it's still just as much stress. Because I guess the real burden of the stuff that I was doing was the production or the producing aspect of it rather than the memorizing and performing aspect of it. Because when I would have to do like exams for calculus or computer science, it was definitely more of a you need to memorize how this thing is done and then memorize the potential problem solving solutions for them. And I nearly failed computer science, but things played out a lot better for calculus. But at the end of the day, like there are definitely tough workloads between like STEM or more traditional STEM courses and then like the humanities and arts courses that I had to take. Like they're equal in workload, but they're I guess heavier in different types of what is expected of you.
Let's see.
I didn't expect to be talking so much about college in this interview. So sorry.
Oh, it's fine. If you want, we can go on into the questions if you don't want to talk about college.
Yeah, this is a stream about visual novels.
Well, it's good to
It's
know
like
more about you too, because we want to know more about the creator too.
that's true. Yeah, especially since I'm also like really bad at being social on social media. Like in the Discord server that our team operates on, I had like a small introductions section. Like I didn't expect anybody to be, laying out their life story or whatever. I was just like, oh, just introduce yourself and like I guess necessary credit information. I needed people's time zones just so I could plan when I needed to send people things. I definitely would recommend that more teams do this question mark because I don't want to assume that most teams aren't doing it, but like out of the teams that I've been a part of so far, um it definitely should have been a thing that was discussed before starting any workloads because it did kind of create a little bit of a road bump for some team members. I'm very adaptable, so it wasn't that big of an issue for me personally, but for others, it was a little awkward because then, well, whatever. Anyways, um, what was I talking about?
Originally visual
I'm just
novels, then
yapping.
college, then time zones and social ability, which I'm also really bad at.
Oh yeah, I was bringing it up because in my introduction, I was like, I'm on social media, but I'm actually really bad at the social. Sorry about that. I'm not good at being social with people I don't know. I guess for chat, to clarify, Box and I already knew each other
Oh
because
yeah.
we were already in a server
Yeah.
before I guess this all happened.
Yeah, yeah. I am in a server which Sencho is a part of. So I've known her for actually technically I've known you even before I started streaming because I was in the server before I started streaming. So, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Also, to be clear, I would prefer to be referred to as they them, not she her.
Oh, okay.
Um, yeah, it's good. You didn't know, and also I know that there's some plugins that streamers have where the pronouns will show up, but I
That's
don't
a
know
thing.
how to do that. I just know that people have it in their chat sometimes, and I just roll with it.
I didn't even know that
Um,
was a thing.
yeah, it's very rare because I think most people just like don't really need it. They'll just ask if they feel the need to. Um, I had another thing I wanted to say and I forgot what it was. Sorry, this is going to be a recurring thing.
Oh, no worries.
You can't see it, but I'm staring at my wall trying to search my brain.
I actually do that all the time. I'm like,
I like super forgot. I guess you can move on to the next question.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So, let's start.
Oops.
The first game question is tell me a little more about your inspiration for Semper EST.
Right. Okay. So the obvious one was the last unicorn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, So the funny thing about how I came up with this was last year um I had picked up reading The Last Unicorn again. I had started back in the summer of 2021 because during COVID we had to do a lot of online classes, and a lot of online classes means staring at your screen for 12 to 16 hours a day because you have to do work. And if you look away from the screen, you're definitely not doing work. And if you have 4 classes to attend to, you're exhausted, you need to be strangling yourself to do something about it so you don't fall even further behind. So I was getting, what was it, like screen exhaustion, screen fatigue, like every day, and it was not fun. So I was like, I need to get something for me to do so I don't stare at a screen. And I had recently watched a video essay that someone had done as like a retrospective of The Last Unicorn, and the way that they had done the video essay was really good. And I was like, I remember that this movie traumatized me as a kid. Maybe I should read the source material now that I'm not a child and can be easily traumatized. And so I read it. But I think I got busy towards the end of that semester. And so I stopped halfway. And then, what was it? That was like my junior year. And so I had to, um, yeah, so I got busy. I had to finish up the second semester. And then after the second semester, I had to immediately go into a internship, and that internship was remote. And by the way, this internship was required of me because of the way the school system is set up. But I don't want to get into it because that's a whole another tangent rant, and we just tangented and ranted for 1 hour. Um, so I ended up not reading the book for 2 years, and I totally forgot about it, even though it was sitting on my shelf all the time. And so I graduate, and I have to be on the screen all the time to be, looking for jobs and then doing the artwork. Um, and for a time, I was also like redoing my portfolio, and I was more time on the screen. And then if I wanted to hang out and play a game and chill with friends, I would also have to be on the screen. So I was like, okay, we need to not look at a screen all the time. So I picked back up The Last Unicorn. I started reading it again, and I don't think I actually finished it until earlier. I don't remember because I keep starting to read it in free time. and then I'll put it down, and then I'll forget about it as I have to do work related stuff for like a couple months, and then the couple months will pass, and I'll be like, oh, I should read this again, and then I'll read it again, and I'll only get a couple pages further, and then I'll have to do work related stuff, and then I'll forget about it.
It's just a
And
whole thing.
it's a really funny cycle. So, um, oops. And so, where was I going with this? Okay, right. The moment of inspiration. So I actually came up with the idea of this game before I finished the book, which I think is kind of silly. Because usually people like consume something and be like, they get to the end and they're like, wow, that was so good. I really enjoyed that. That was so incredible. And then they'll like stew on it for a little bit and they'll be like, oh wow, I have this other idea, creative inspiration. No, I kind of just, I don't know what happened. I was driving back from doing work related stuff at the library and I saw the moon and the clouds during the fall sky, and I was like, wow, that's so pretty. And it was almost like Apollo struck me in the head with a bow and was like, hey, take this really cool creative idea. And I never actually got to draw the what was it called? The composition that I had in my mind. But that's kind of just how I ended up thinking of Fillion because Fillion is actually the centerpiece of the inspiration. I like stared at the moon. I really liked the way the moon was lighting up the clouds, and I guess I was thinking about the last unicorn again or something, or I was thinking about the visual design of it, and then my brain just kind of smashed everything together, and then that's when the moment struck, and then I don't know. I was just like, whoa, I could do something with that.
Oh, well, sometimes inspiration comes from something so simple.
Yeah. Um. Okay. Wait. Hold up. So you had okay. So Chad doesn't know this, but you had originally sent me the questions that you were going to ask for this interview, and I went through all of them, and I made notes about what I would be answering.
Mhm.
So that is the full answer. But there were some other things that I wrote down, which I'm. This is why I wrote them down because I know I was going to forget them. Looking at it again, so um, part of why I think that moment struck me was because I was trying to think of an entry for Once Upon a Time Jam. I think that was maybe the day that I realized that that was a jam that existed because I had like just started getting into game jams of August of last year. Um, I it wasn't until after I participated in Magical Girl Jam that I started looking around at other jams that were happening at the time because this was after um, Yugari's Rampage had been released. I took like a break, went back to doing like portfolio building or job applications and whatever, and that kind of puts us around the time that I think Once Upon a Time Jam started, which is either because I think it starts in early October and then ends January 1st because it's a 3 month long jam, but maybe I'm doing the math wrong.
I can go to the Itch.io
Because
page and try to
October is
find
the
it.
10th. I think I'm doing the math wrong. See, this is also going to be a recurring thing. I'm not good at math.
I'm not good at it, but either. Just the fact that you know calculus, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, I made it to calculus 2, but I had to fail calculus 2 in order to complete calculus 2. Um, it's not good. Everything about calculus 2 I thought was tolerable up until they had us learn polar coordinates. And learning polar coordinates is necessary if you want to get into like cosmology or astronomy, but I don't. And I was really bad at polar coordinates. I hate polar coordinates.
I don't
They're
even know what those
awful.
are.
They go by the way, everybody, you know how we have this really nice, like, linear graph with the little squares and everything? I need you to throw it out the window and completely learn a new graph method. Oh, when you're in college and you're sleep deprived and running on like maybe a cup of ramen and 3 hours of sleep, there just ain't no way that you're gonna be able to learn all of that in the amount of time that they want you to learn it.
Mm-hmm.
Man. Oh, polar coordinate. You um also you said you were looking up Once Upon a Time Jam, right?
Yeah, I can do that.
I can pull it up because itch.io has a area where it's just
Yeah,
the
it has
jams that
the
you've
game
already
jam.
joined.
Oh,
Oh, it's
it
from
has the ones
September
that you joined?
30th to January 2nd. Oh yeah, itch.io keeps track of the games that you've joined in the past,
Oh.
and
I just look at the
um,
whole like big spread of game jams and I'm like trying to find the one
no,
that I I need
no,
to go for.
no, no, I can't look at that thing. Like I get why it's like that, but because there's so many jams and I'm not allowed to just like go to a search bar and look it up while also staying on their little calendar, it kind of defeats the purpose of having that graph.
Mm.
And so, especially since like it doesn't show jams that are going to occur in the future past a certain date. If you want to like plan ahead for a jam that's in like 3 months, you can't do that unless whoever's running the jam has already announced that hey, it's going to be happening at this time, at this date and whatever. Then you're just out of luck. You just have to wait until it shows up in the system like a month before it actually happens.
Yeah. I kind of wish they'd have like a search bar where you could like search game jams or something.
Yeah, that that would make things a lot easier because they have in their search bar you can look for like games and creators, but that's just like for the entire site, and instead not their jams. And you can have like a couple of filters to narrow it down, but that doesn't really help, especially if you're looking for one specific thing that you know is going on, but then you look at the giant fucking rainbow and you're like, I may have read it. I don't know. Maybe I read it at one time and then I scrolled over and it was there, but because there's like 20 other things that are also in rainbow, you just don't see it. Sorry.
Oh no.
We're This is about to be like a user experience visual communication story. It's all over again, which is okay. Okay. Going back to inspirations so we don't go on another long tangent. Um so because Once Upon a Time Jam is mainly focusing on fairy tales and basing stories off of fairy tales. I was trying to think of one that wasn't a standard like, oh, Sleeping Beauty, oh, Cinderella. Like we've already done this over and over again for like a decade. I enough is enough. Someone else will do it. If someone has a fun, cool idea of subverting the Cinderella trope, they'll do it, but not me. I did not have any ideas for that. So I was like, okay, what can I extrapolate that's not a well known fairy tale? And how can I make it into something new? And then I kind of sat with myself and was like, oh, I don't really know many fairy tales that are not mainstream. So I was like, I guess the only thing I can think of right now is The Last Unicorn because it does like address fairy tale structures. Part of the way that things play out in the novel is because it's like addressing the fairy tale structure, but it doesn't do it directly. And I don't like because we're talking about the book now, I think the book is really good, but that's because I've taken high level English courses, so it's easier for me to understand. I don't think I hate to say this, but like I don't think some Gen Z kid is gonna be able to read it and enjoy it, especially because the pacing is really slow. It's not action packed and it's not dramatic. It's very slow and methodical and introspective, and you have to kind of like sit with it and understand like what the symbolism between the characters, their behavior, and the encounters are, which is another reason why I decided to have, I guess, The Last Unicorn be something that I base like a fairy tale story off of, because um oh, words are hard. God, I can't believe that happened in the middle of a sentence. Oops.
I do this all the time.
Um,
If you watch my streams,
oops.
almost all the time I lose track of my thoughts.
I just hate it when I'm on a roll and then my brain's like,
No,
sorry, did you have a train of thought? So funny. There's no more train track for you to operate on. Um, oops.
well, I do like that you chose a fairy tale that's uncommon because it's quite easy to use one of the, like you said, one of the more well-known fairy tales and adapt that in some way to create something, but you're using a fairy tale aspect that isn't one of the widely known ones or
I suppose, yeah. Um, I say I suppose because judging from like the little reviews that they put on like the book, that books do, and they'll like, be like, "Oh, this really popular author has like this really cool review about the book. They have like raving reviews. Maybe you should buy it." Peter S. Beagle is actually a pretty big deal in the fantasy genre in the writing sphere. And so I feel like in the writing sphere, it's pretty well known. Like there was some quote about it being one of the greatest fantasies ever written, and I was like, oh, well, that's pretty prestigious. Too bad most people only know it as the movie that traumatized kids. Um, so yeah, the other, because the thing is, I don't want to like bash or like make it sound like I'm depreciating other people's work who have chosen more common fairy tales to base their stories off of, because for me, it's more of like a, can I extrapolate an idea from this that interests me and is unique? Um, and for the more popular ones, the answer is no. I feel like I've seen just about every like I feel like this is a very general or like a really broad generalization, but like I feel like there's just like a lot that's already been done, and I can't think of anything else to do. So I didn't do it, and I just really liked. I think I can say that I liked 90% of the book. The 10% that I didn't like are the stupid fucking scenes with Jack Jingley. Like you don't know who he is. Like, have you seen the movie?
I watched a summary earlier today, but I have never had the pleasure of seeing the movie. So
Oh,
I
okay.
was one of the people who wasn't traumatized by that as a kid. Except for the summary I saw, that kind of thinking I already had, so it wouldn't have made a difference.
Lol. Okay, so just okay, so Jack Dingley is, I guess, the character that is used in the story to, I guess, break down the Robin Hood trope and analyze and subvert it in a way. And I don't think it's bad that the scene isn't there. I don't think it detracts from the book, but I just don't like it. I don't like that he's there. I don't like when he talks. I don't like his crewmates. I don't like what happens. They don't really do much. Like there's already a lot of quote unquote they're not really doing much in this story, but like during the scenes where Jack Jingley is there and his crew are just like talking about stuff, I just mentally checked out because literally when I picked the book up last year, it was after all of the Jack Jingly scenes had been over. That was when I had like stopped reading initially, and I was like, damn, I guess I must have been really put off by Jack Jingly the first time, didn't realize it, and then pick it up again, reread it, get back to Jack Jingly and be like, oh nah, not this again. Uh, Man, I don't think I've still answered the inspiration question.
Okay, well, we can move on to the next one.
Uh,
My question for this was, what does Semper Est mean? Does it have a
right. This
meaning?
one has a. It does have a meaning. It's not gibberish. It's Latin, and the only reason why I picked the Latin title is because I took Latin in high school. Um, I didn't really want to take a language course in like public school because I did not have the headspace for it. I have the headspace for it now, but now that I have to like do job applications, I don't really have the time to properly dedicate to learning a language. So, um, yeah, it's Latin because that is the only foreign language that I learned in school that I'm actually familiar with. And I don't remember why it's specifically Semper Est, but I think it's because I heard it be used like the particle semper be used before. Est is like a very basic Latin word that's taught in the course because it replaces the conjunction it or is, and it's used interchangeably for it or is, or sometimes it is. Um, there's another one where it's a stand-in for and, but I don't remember that one. um, So yeah, semper est means always is, essentially.
Hmm.
I've already established that est means it is, and semper means always. And so together it means it always is because you wouldn't directly translate it as always it is. The it is more of just like
Just take
a
away.
thing that exists in English. So the it in this case would be always. So it always is.
Hmm.
And there's actually an Easter egg related to this in terms of this the overall structure of the game, but that's not something I will reveal until the game is fully finished. And I know this is a question that you have that's later, but that's not going to be anytime soon.
All right, that's fine. Um,
Yeah, especially
oh, yeah, go ahead.
it's I don't think it's going to be done anytime soon because I think I'm going to be like the only person working on it after Sunofest is over. Um, just want to get that out there.
Okay. Well, you take your time on it, no rush.
All right.
Um, do you have a favorite character from the game or character design?
So both of those are really hard questions for me. Um, so in the Meet the Team posts, everybody has like an area where their favorite character is.
Oh,
Mine is the only one that doesn't have it, not because there's like so much text on mine, but because I don't have a favorite character. They're all kind of like, I don't know, I kind of treat them like my children. This is also going to be relevant to the question that you asked later, but because the other thing is that I feel like if I pick a favorite out of one of them, I'm going to unintentionally show bias towards them, and I don't want to do that because like the characters are something or they're like vessels of ideas that I want to explore, and if I put too much effort into one of them, then it kind of detracts or I guess weakens the integrity of the other characters. And because there's currently only like four characters, um, they're the leads in their own story. They're all tangentially related to each other and meet each other and interact with each other. But just because, like, in The Last Unicorn, Amalthea is the main character, this doesn't mean that Filion is the main character in Semper EST. Um, so I want it to be treated like each character is their own main character. They all have their own things going on, and there's a lot to explore in their world because the general plan for the route setup is that they're all going to be very separate stories and there will be some overlap in actions, but for the most part, when like you pick a character, it's going to tell a different story than if you were to pick someone else.
Oh.
And so um yeah, I want to make sure they're all like equally good experiences. I don't want to throw all of my good ideas at one character and then have nothing for another.
Hmm. Understandable.
I'm going to answer your character design question, but give me a moment to drink some water.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
How do I mute myself?
Sit
Where is it?
myself. And yes, I actually don't know any Latin mouths here saying Latin. So, nah, the only language I learned in school was mm, I just ASL, and I forget a lot of
Well,
it.
yeah, me with Latin. The only like noun that I can remember off the top of my head is agricola, and it's the first word that they teach you. And agricola is farmer, and for some reason, farmer has a feminine suffix. I
Oh,
don't get why, but it does. Oh, okay. We were talking about the structure of the Latin language. Okay, for context, um, I don't know if Latin has prefixes. I kind of forget, but if we think of them as stems, you know how in Spanish there'll be some words that end in O, but some of them in A, and then depending on like what you're talking about, it'll be like a feminine gender or it'll be a masculine gender, which
mhm.
determines if it's said with A or O at the end of it. Um, well, Latin has three of those, and in addition to the masculine and feminine version, there's also a neutral version, which is usually reserved for inanimate objects, but every once in a while, I think it does apply to something that's not exactly an inanimate object. But because of those, because of those fucking suffixes, the way that the Latin language is set up, there's 5 different tenses, and each tense has its own plural version. So that's 10 additional suffixes you have to remember. I say 10, but like some of them are like repeated in those shit. What was the word I just said?
Suffix. Uh,
Head empty. What the heck? Oh my god.
it's because you're in
I
my
really
presence.
wish it would. I wish this would stop happening. Shit.
Just call it the
Not me
thing.
talking.
The thing did the thing, and it's because of the thing.
The suffix, I guess. There's 5 different states for it. There's like the nominative, the genitive. I don't remember how that's pronounced. Something else. The ablative. And the other this one I don't remember. This is so awkward. But yeah, there's 5 of them. And sometimes the plural is the same as the singular, but then sometimes the plural is the same as someone like some other plural. So it's like, huh? So you have to do like this really long guessing game with like the context of the suffixes in Latin. And it's fun when it's one of those suffixes where it's like unique, but it's not as fun when it's the ones where it's shared with something else. And that's only when it's in written text. Did you know that there's a different like grammatical structure for the spoken language of Latin?
I know basically nothing about Latin, so
Yes, that was a rhetorical question, I guess. Anyways, happy Latin.
yay, we learned
Move on.
Latin, kind of, sorta, a little bit.
You learn the general Latin language structure. Going back to the character design question, um, I don't really have a favorite design, just because I did put a lot of effort into making sure that, um, like in terms of, I guess, visual density, they were all relatively on the same level, and that their color placement was also good. This may not mean anything to you as someone who doesn't know art, but I, points at self, care a lot about color placement because sometimes when I just say people for now, but people also includes corporations who hire multiple people to create a singular product. But some people just really love to put a bunch of detail on their designs, and there'll be like a bunch of small little areas, and sometimes there'll be a different color that is not the main color that's being used, but then there's a secondary color that's trying to complement the main color, but then because there's these small little areas, in order to make it stand out, they'll throw in a third color, and then sometimes in really bad cases there'll be like 7 colors on one character, and I'll be like, you are literally ruining the design by throwing so many things on there. And sometimes I just think that people should just try to reduce the amount of colors they're working with to make stronger and bolder designs, but sometimes that does end up stabbing itself in the back as a method because sometimes things become a little bit too simple. So, um, character design really is just a puzzle problem solving kind of job, I guess, because it's like for me it's a visual puzzle that gets put together, and especially when like you're dealing with different mediums, you also have to problem solve how things will move, operate, and make things easier for you in those mediums, because if you were to character design something for animation, you would not design it the same way for like a 3D MMO shooter or something. It would be a completely different process. um so, yes, going back to actually answer the question though, um, I think I'll just go ahead and say Maybell is my favorite, but I do want to also let it be known that Gwenhill is actually my least favorite design, only because there's so much fucking armor on him, and like I put that much armor on him because it's in, I say integral, but it's more like a key piece to his character and his development, which obviously isn't going to be revealed right now. But
I'm gonna guess
also,
he's a
I
knight
hate
or a
drawing
warrior.
armor. Yeah, I'm not gonna confirm or deny that. Um, so I just hate drawing armor.
It
I
does sound difficult because you also have to add the shine from the lights to the armor,
Even
right?
lighting it is not the hard part for me, because sometimes you can just have like a gauntlet on one character and no other pieces of armor, and it'll be completely easy breezy. But when you have to draw a full set of armor, you really need to know what the shape of all the pieces look like, how they fit against each other, and then how they're attached to each other. Make sure that when like they the or like when the character theoretically moves, that like it's not going to like clog up or something and like stab the user as they move or whatever. Like I say, I kind of used a second or third person earlier. This is actually just a me thing. I think I'm like one of the few people that only do this like technical thing where I'm like, hold up, is this an actual functional piece of armor that is believable and feasible in real life? Or am I just like bullshitting the fuck out of this? Because this is also going to be relevant later. But in
So no
Fire
bikini
Emblem,
armor.
I hate bikini
I hate it
armor.
too.
Sometimes
That
it
is
looks
that is
cute.
so ineffective. Your stomach is literally there. An arrow could shoot you and pierce your intestines. Or
God,
sword or whatever. Just
God. Even if you were to put like a man in bikini armor, it still looks stupid. It's stupid all around. Just to get rid of it if you're not going to wear any of it. God. Ugh. Anyways, so yeah, I actually finished Gwen Hill's sprite last because I didn't want to draw all the armor. Thankfully, in the future, he's going to have a sprite with no armor. But for right now, he has the fucking armor, and I don't really want to draw it again. But I know I'm going to have to. Like, I sacrificed my what do you call it? My enjoyment of the craft sometimes in order to achieve a greater heightening the experience. Because when I originally concepted Gwen Hale, this was in my sketchbook. Um, so Fillion and Gwen Hale, I originally did traditional sketches for them before finalizing on their like costume and design. And so with Gwen Hale, I tried to do explorations for his like general silhouette, his posture, and his color placement. And so I really enjoyed doing that. But then like having to go into drawing the sprites after doing like really gestural drawing, I was like, ooh, ooh, this is hard. It was hard, and it was also on a time crunch because he was the last sprite finished.
oof. That's one instance where maybe saving the hardest for last wasn't the ideal uh
Yeah, definitely
setup.
not because I think you can. It's like a really minute detail, but there is a little bit less shading on him compared to the other three sprites because he was finished last, but also because I there are way more layers for his clothes than any of the other three characters. Every other character has like a nice few easy to manage layers of clothes, except for maybe Maybell, just because she has like a lot of front and back um, aspects to her design, and so that means extra layers. But overall, it wasn't that bad. Because Gwen Hill is not only wearing armor and clothes under the armor, and also has uh, gauntlets and a weapon and multiple cloaks that he's wearing and a giant fur, whatever the fuck it is that's around his neck. I actually don't know what it's called, but I put it there anyways. Um, that's just more and more layers that I have to deal with. Uh, I should call him the Thousand Layer King. The Onion.
I like that.
I'm gonna call him the Onion. The
Onion
Onion
Man.
King. Yeah. Uh, but yeah, I said my piece.
All right.
Um,
How
maybe it'll come back again. Character design.
okay. So, how long has the game idea been in the works? Is the next question.
So yeah, so because this was never released during Once Upon a Time Jam, that was because um, I realized that once I had initiated the concept, I was like, ooh, but I'm not really fast about coming up with story ideas. So, because the other issue was that I didn't find out about Once Upon a Time Jam until after it started.
Hmm.
So, in addition to having less time than all the other participants and knowing that I needed time to think about narratives, I was like, guess we're just gonna have to put it off till later. The general date, I think, should be sometime in October, but it could be like early November. I don't remember.
Yeah, you said October or November.
Yeah.
So around that time
Oh wait,
frame.
if it starts on September 30th, then it definitely had to have been in October. Yeah, yeah.
Mm. All right. The next question is the game currently covers the common routes. Do you currently have a goal for a finish date? You did say that it's gonna be a while, but uh,
Yeah, if
any
I was
estimates
able
or goal or anything like that?
if I was able to work on this game continuously without interruption, I could probably get it out by like next year. But because that's also likely to not happen, it probably won't come out until like it probably won't be fully done until maybe 2026. But like I don't know. I don't want to put like a hard date just because I'm very much a go by the flow person. And so if there's a avenue to get it done faster, I will see if it's feasible to take. But if it's not, then it'll probably just be up in the air for a while.
All right, all right. Fair enough. But you will say it won't be like 10 years, right?
No, that would be so awful. I'm like, hey guys, look at this cool new game that I just made. Very cool, very interesting idea. Doesn't do anything with it for 10 years. That would be awful.
Because occasionally you do see games that look like a lot of fun, but then you see a comment, hey, has there been an update on this? It's been 5 years. And I'm like, oof.
I know one game on itch.io that is like that. Um and I know that like sometimes things come up. So like
Mm-hmm.
if a dev is like, hey, I actually can't work on this because of IRL stuff, and they clearly state that, then you have to respect that. It's fine. It's whatever. But the real issue is when devs are like, hey guys, I put this game out. There's some other things that are going to be happening, and all also by the way, this is paid content. And then they just up and disappear for 3 to 5 years, and people are like, hey, are you going to be coming back? I paid money to get this game, but you haven't finished it, and you haven't said anything on social media for like 3 years. And people who maybe don't know and are interested and excited about the game give the dev money, but then when they realize the dev hasn't been active for 3 years, they can't refund the money, and it's just a really awful cycle. But thankfully, I've only witnessed like one occasion of that on itch.io.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Definitely not a good look though, and
Yeah.
really unfortunate to the people who are really excited about it, but then had to get their hopes dashed. I would be so ashamed if I let that happen. So yeah, if I put out any new content of Semper EST, it will definitely stay free unless I can ascertain it will definitely be completed by a certain date. And then if I can confirm it'll be done by a certain date, then it will be monetized. But until I can confirm completion, I don't see any point on putting like a price tag on a game that doesn't have any um,
That's not like,
concrete pathway or game plan.
yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna need to drink some more water.
No, go ahead. Mm, all right. The next question was there ever a moment when you just wanted to scrap the game and give up? Take a sip of water
So
too.
the irony about that question is that I didn't have that idea until like after the jam was over. It's like we managed to put this thing out, right? And we're all like, yeah, we did it, guys. We put the game out. We did a lot of hard work, and it actually did. We got rid of all the bugs, I think. before it was released for the jam, and so it's all like this put together product, a little bit less than we had intended, but it's put together right. And then I don't know what happened, but my brain was like, he, insecurity. And then I was like, oh no, it's not what I wanted. This isn't really going the way that I wanted it to. But I already put the thing out, so it's kind of a little too awkward to be like, I don't think I'm going to continue updating this anymore. So I was like, I had to take some time and be like, all right, brain, I need you to stop. That doesn't make any sense. We're gonna keep going. I can't keep starting projects and stopping them.
I think that's just the insecurity of a new creator. It's like, honestly, get that too.
Yeah, especially since this was my first time being like project manager slash director. I definitely figured I was going to have a lot to learn, and thankfully we avoided any awful disastrous crisis. But yeah, there's a long way to go, which will be a journey in and of itself.
Well, it'll be a journey to learn new things, and that's worth it in itself.
Yep. And I'm also looking forward to working with new people because I find that I work a little better with a team rather than by myself. Just because if I have to do everything by myself, I get overloaded by the workload because then so it's like one of those things where you know you can do all of it, but you know that you can do quote unquote all of it individually and not holistically at the same time. And so trying to do it at the same time just burns me out. So I have to try and find a way to circumvent that.
Let's see. Um, kind of relating. Oh wait, no,
Mhm.
that's the question after that. Sorry. Do you have a favorite scene, line, background, or CG?
So this is the question I didn't really want to answer until after you played the game,
Mm-hmm.
just because I don't want to spoil a potential scene if you already know it's going to be there and how to get it. Um, because there are like a couple of options I did find funny that I put in there. Um, so I don't want to like ruin, I guess, the
The
experience of
experience.
discovering it for yourself.
Mm, understandable. I respect that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna immediately log off after we're done with the interview, so I'll stick around maybe until you get to the scene if you do, because
Okay.
the demo itself is really not that long.
Hmm. Okay. The next question is there anything you wish you did differently or anything you hope to do?
I wonder if I should answer this as a two-part question or as like a one question because it's a either or question.
Mhm. Whichever you want to do.
Okay, well, let me answer the first part because there are a couple of things I wish I did differently. One of them being not picking Latin to make the title because totally forgot. But one of the things that titles do is they tell the audience what the story is about. But
That's
if the story is being told in a foreign language, they're not going to know.
that's why I asked the question if there was a what does Semper EST mean? Because I'm like,
Yeah,
so
like
like, am I just
Latin is
being
not
naive
common knowledge.
or does it mean something
No,
specific?
it does mean something specific, and that was a very silly thing. And I did consider changing it, especially after I released it. But
Could you
I
add
feel like
the
it's one of those.
translation underneath the in like a smaller text underneath the title?
I think I originally considered doing that, but my brain was like, "Oh, I don't want to give the Easter egg away." But my dumbass is like, "Hey, I think you forgot that most people don't know about Latin." Um, so yeah, in future iterations, I definitely think I will be doing that. Uh, I think you have a question later pertaining to the future of the game. I did have a post mortem that is in the works that I still need to publish, but there's a lot to talk about, so it's taking a little bit of a while to write, in addition to having to do all the other stuff that I have to do in real life. But yeah, ultimately, I think I plan on releasing a free version and then a paid version. There's not going to be like, oh, you can't access a large portion of the story in the free version kind of deal. It's going to be you can experience the story in the free version, but the paid version will be like a redux where it's cleaned up. A lot of extra stuff is added. Um, me and like some assets are redone and whatnot.
Maybe in the
Um,
paid version, you could have voices. You could add voices
oh yeah.
because that would
Wait,
be
I think
worth
this
the
is
money
from
for a paid version. So
yeah. See, someone did approach me about doing voice acting back when I was starting to recruit for Semper EST. But the problem is with doing voice acting, you have to complete the script to 100%, no changes afterwards if you're going to do full voice acting. You can do partial voice acting, excuse me, by like maybe picking a couple of scenes to be like fully voiced and then maybe doing some barks, and barks is usually like a grunt or a sigh or saying like a singular word or something.
it's not
um
or that was
no,
horrible.
it's not actually barking. I almost barked for the bit, but I think I would be a little bit too loud. I don't want to be too loud. My mic is already apparently loud enough, and so yeah. Where was I going? Voice acting. We're talking about voice acting. So I did consider it, but because you kind of have to know what the script is fully like, that I knew was definitely not going to happen because I didn't have anything written for the script at the time that I was recruiting. I was waiting to have it be written together with the writer on my team, but the writer on my team had to leave for health reasons, so I ended up writing the whole thing anyways.
No.
Um, awkward moment.
Oh well, I hope they're all
But
right.
yeah, they're doing fine, but they're, busy enough that they can't, be dedicating their time to the game jam.
Hmm.
So they're still credited because they helped for like the first 2 weeks, but afterwards, they were unavailable. And thankfully, it was early enough that it was not going to be like a sudden awful hammer and a wrench kind of thing.
Nothing too
But
detrimental that would affect the time of the timing of a game, the release.
yes, especially since I was already doing like the graphics, the sprites, and a little bit of the marketing, and then I also had to set up the graphics for the page, and then do testing and get back to my coder Sophie. Um, so I somehow managed to write something. Oh, right. Um, this is not public knowledge, but there was actually a beta version that I wrote for Semper Est a little bit before the jam started because I just wanted to get an outline and a teaser for, I guess, like the direction that I wanted the game to go in because I had like really minimal um, experience with Ren'Py. I managed to just kind of outline the story in Ren'Py. Also because the writing software that typically does this is usually behind a paywall, and the only other way I could have done it was with Twine. But Twine kind of requires a little bit of coding knowledge in order to effectively use, of which I don't know. So I just had to throw Twine out the window. And instead of just writing everything in a little flow chart on paper, I just put the flowchart in Renpod. Um, so, oh, I brought that up for a reason. I forgot again. We're gonna need a clown counter. Clown counter for every time I start talking and then I just stop talking.
No, I've.
I've gone back to staring at the wall. Give me a moment.
If you want to
Um,
bring the questions up yourself to use as a reference, feel free to do that.
oh, I do have it up.
Okay. Yeah.
I keep doing this even though I have them up. Oh, thinking. Oh wow, head empty. I guess we'll just walk it back then
Okay.
to what else I would change because the title is not the only thing I would change. So in Semper EST, there is no visible MC because you, the player, are the MC. So essentially, it's a self-insert MC. I did this because I thought it would be easier to, get a wider audience and I guess make it more of an inclusive experience. But the problem with that is that it makes it really difficult to do CGs, especially since Otome is like a heavy proponent or like tangentially in like a heavy way related to romance. So
Yeah.
if you can't see the romance happening on screen, it makes it really hard to sell. And so it's like, oh no. Because like you could just set it up where the MC is wearing a specific set of clothes. Like in Touchstar, the hands of the player always look a certain way because of their condition.
Mhm.
Or, well, actually, I don't really remember. There was one other game that I played where they had gloves on, but I don't think I've played it in a while, so I have forgotten. Awkward. Um, so I would definitely change that so I could have a lot more freedom and creativity with planning the composition of some of the CGs because there was one CG that I planned that I thought was going to be really sweet, but then I realized,
You need a
oh,
physical
wait a
body to
minute,
do it.
I have to consider like different body types, different skin tones, different heights. And then I was like, oops, I guess we definitely can't do that then. So like most of the stuff currently is like just like close up shots of the love interests. And I say that as if it's in the game right now. They're not. There's only one CG in the game, and I won't tell you where it is, but you'll find out soon enough. There's more CGs to come, but our CG artist Jin is a little bit busier this time of the year, so there's only gonna be two more from them, and I'll make up the other two. Um, let me. I think the only other thing I would have changed is the way I planned the story and just like how I went about it. Because I didn't do most of the planning until like the month before the jam started. And I was like, oh, I kind of want to leave some loose ends so that most of it is made during the jam, not realizing uh, for the scope of this thing that was not a good idea. Um, Also, I would want to make changes to the GUI, which is just like the graphic user interface, but that's not like as big on the list because that was more of a product of the time constraints I was working with rather than oh, this is actually hindering the experience because there's a lot of features that I think are, don't want to say unique, but there's some things that are programmed in there that will be very fun to play with, and I look forward to being able to program and be out of writer's block. I hate writer's block.
That's mainly the reason I don't write. I have writer's block. I have one idea, but I have no idea to how to connect it.
Yeah, and sometimes to circumvent that, I'll just write the scene and be like, okay, this scene connects to this scene because character A does this, and then character B does that, and then it moves on to this scene, and then I actually write the scene out because it's the part that I want to do. But then sometimes I'll get caught up in the, okay, this event needs to happen before this event, and then we need to plan for another event that happens way far in the future. But then I also have to make sure that I don't write the lore so that none of that makes sense because there were some aspects about the MC that I wrote, and then later down the line they became unusable because I changed the lore of the characters, and I was like, "Oops! Well, I guess we can't do that for the MC anymore." And then I had to change more lore, and I'm not going to spoil everything. So,
All right. The next question. Is there anything you can tell us about what we can look forward to in the full version?
so I've already said that there's going to be like separate story routes. It's not going to be the setup where there's one story and you just experience it with a different character. Um, so because of that, it's definitely going to be a bigger game. As I think more so than what I should be doing as like a first run. So they'll I'll probably make like some smaller visual novels in between just because this is clearly going to take a while. But there's definitely going to be a lot more CGs. There's going to be more character development time. One of the features that doesn't make it into this build is the romance rooms, and those are essentially just like specific romantic scenes that allows the player to garner additional romance points with whichever character route they're on. And this will sort of customize their ending because there's like three ways you can interact with the character, and currently three endings planned. I might switch it to two just to make it a little easier on myself
Mm-hmm.
because I do imagine different ways each character's story could play out, and um, I wrote it all down. I say all, but I still haven't gotten to Pyros yet. Um, I wrote all of their potential endings down and how it would change depending on like the romantic interest between the player and the love interest. And so I have some really tasty ending ideas, and I'm not going to give hints on which kind of tasty it is. But I hope everyone looks forward to, I guess, the the end of the journey because it's not about getting to the destination. It's about what happens along the way. But because we're gonna go through a lot along the way, I hope to make all these endings super worth it. Um, and so I kind of tangented away again from what a romance room is. But essentially, they're supposed to be like little romantic scenes that can be accessed by the player, but can also be ignored by the player if they don't feel any romantic interest for the character, or if you're playing on hard mode because you just never realized it. Um, which I guess is a feature I should bring up because it it kind of has like its own really quick tutorial, but it's in Semper EST, there's this thing called guided mode, which shows you which character, I mean, which choice will increase a um, point for which character. But
Hmm.
I personally don't like to play like that. So it's actually a toggleable feature that you can turn on and off multiple times
Hmm.
during a route. So I hope that comes in handy for people who sometimes just want to hang out and have a good time.
Hmm.
For me, I like to play on hard mode, so I like to go in blind.
I do
So that
too.
option is available to everyone.
Uh,
Uh,
that's a nice thought because some people do like They just want to go for one character, and so
Be
for
done with
those
it.
people who like to play their games in that way, that is a nice
Mhm.
feature.
Yeah, and if anyone ends up really enjoying that feature, you should thank our coder Sophie because she's the one who came up with it. If she didn't bring it up to me, I would have forced everyone to go in blind.
Well, I personally like going in blind.
Yeah, I do too, but it's another one of those things that like attributes itself to like user experience, which is its own major of or like field of study people get into. I wasn't taught much of it, but I wish I was because it's a key component that
Look on Otome
some
Twitter and
websites
Indie
seem to
Otome
miss.
Twitter, and you'll thought you have your own class on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've downloaded enough indie ultimate games off of itch.io to be like, I know what needs to be done and I know what needs to not be done. But yeah, I was playing a visual novel the other day and I clicked too fast and I was like, oh no, I need to roll back. They don't have rollback. And so I'm like, okay, weird. I go to their controls. They're like, in order to do rollback, you have to right click with the mouse. And I'm like, okay, weird, but I'll do it. I right click with the mouse and it doesn't roll back. And I'm like, hello? I haven't finished a choice. I need to go back to read what they were saying. And it doesn't let me roll back. So I'm like, okay, final failsafe. I gotta go look at the log or the history. And they don't have a button for that. So
What?
I have no idea what the character said. I was like, oh shit, I'm just gonna have to free ball it now.
Yeah, that I do feel like the history log is important because there are times when I click too many times
Mm-mm.
or I want to go back and I want to reference a line to something that's currently happening. And if the history log isn't there, I'm kind of at a loss to do that.
Yeah, this was actually brought up in the Ultimate Dev server, I think a week or two ago. And I was like, wow, people actually consciously think about, hey, is there a rollback or a log feature? Because someone had asked about like what's the most important feature that you would want in a visual novel, and most people said like rollback or history. And I was kind of surprised by that because I thought it would have been something more, I guess, like either choice related or unique and like a, oh, have this feature that adds some fun flavor to your visual novel. And most people are actually like, I swear to God, you need the log or the history feature, or I'm not going to be happy.
That's one of the important things. I know there are some engines where you can actually like click a button and actually like go back before a choice and
Ooh,
remake a choice like that. I don't
huh.
know what they are or how to use them, but I
Yeah,
have
I
played
don't think I'm
games,
familiar with the engine.
or I don't know if it's an engine, but I don't know, it's a something. It's something that can be done, but I think
I
you have,
haven't
I don't
encountered
know.
that,
But
but I
it's
think
a
that's really
thing.
interesting. I believe you.
Yeah,
I
you'll
haven't
you'll see it
encountered it
in like
before.
mainstream Otome games where you can go back into the log and go back to
Ooh,
a scene.
like what kind of mainstream otome? Because I think the most
Basically any
mainstream one
like
I played.
like any of the Switch game Otome things kind of thing, like Virche, Colorx
Mm,
Malice, Pifior.
that explains because I don't own any of those. I do have a Switch, but I play most of my games on my laptop. So
Hmm.
the only ones that I have that I think are considered mainstream are like Oz Mafia or Nameless or Head Empty Moment, question mark, Arcadia Fallen, question mark. I don't know if anyone would consider that otome, but I think that's one of the more mainstream visual novels that I own. Oh wait, I also have the Radiance. but I don't, that's also not mainstream, so never mind.
Oh yeah, that's the company made Otome games, I guess you could say.
Big boys with the
And
fun and
I have
games
played
and
some
the seven
non-company made
mountains.
games on itch.io that allow you to do that too.
Oh, I should probably look into those then. I think the only one that I've bought so far off of itch.io that is pretty big is Bewitching Centers, but I've been waiting for that to release since last summer.
But yes, that is a feature that whenever you figure out how to do it or where to get it, it could be implemented in the future, whether it's
If
this
I knew
game
how to
or another
code,
game.
I knew how to code, I would definitely do that. But
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I I only just barely got by being able to use RenPy because in my computer science class, Python is the only coding language they taught us in that class. And so I could just barely understand the logic. But beyond that, if it's not HTML or CSS, I find kind of feel like I'm lost in the ocean. Like I'm just drowning in unreadable, illegible text.
How hard was it to learn Ren'Py?
Well, I don't think it's that hard just because there's a lot of resources you can access. But when you need to troubleshoot something, I think that's kind of where the um the difficulty hurdle starts to make itself known because there's like there's always Lemosoft, but you never know how quickly you're going to get a response. And sometimes it's a little hard to communicate exactly what issue you're running into. So you can always like look up what's going on, but sometimes it may just be a semantics error and you just don't realize it. And then you just kind of sit there dumbfounded, like, damn, this would have been easier if I just had someone look at my code.
A lot of Google searching and how to fix things. What do you say?
Yeah, yeah, because in March of the Emissaries, the only coding I did was for customization of the GUI, and just changing variables is easy enough, but being able to add a page and then customize the layout of a page is also another hurdle, which is technically simple in theory, but not in execution. Because I kind of just like look at code and I'm like, those are words I just read. I didn't understand all of that.
Mm, I would like to learn RenPy and coding, but I need to find a time, but I need to find
Yeah,
where
if
to
you
start, actually.
actually, there's a visual novel design channel that is literally called Visual Novel Design.
Hmm.
That's a good place to get started on the theory, but
Actually, I do. I don't. This was like 10 years ago, but I did go to an anime convention where they actually taught you how to make visual novels, although it might be super out of
ooh,
date. It actually probably is super out of date. It's probably not even used anymore because it was back in what 2009.
well, do you remember like which coding language they taught you,
I
or
wasn't
which?
Coney, but it was something like how to create a a game or visual novel or something. And I have a video of the panel. I
Mhm.
think I don't know if it's all of it, but I could probably use that as reference if in the
I
worst
think
case
you
scenario.
could. Yeah, because like just because it's made in 2009 doesn't mean it's like going to be completely irrelevant. It just means that some of the context may change, especially with like the development of new, I guess, software as well. So there's also that to consider. I know that RenPy has made many updates to itself over the years, so like the way that the user interface or how things are coded is completely different back in like 2010 compared to now. Um, I've seen tutorials on RenPy that are like 5, 10 years old on YouTube, and I'll go back to my Visual Code Studio and I'll try to edit the code, and I'm like, that's not what's on there. So yeah, but I think you do ask a question about like where to get started on
Yeah, I
visual
do have a
novels
question for
later.
that. Actually, that's actually the next question.
That's crazy.
So yeah,
um,
that question was for anyone wanting to get into game deving, where would you recommend they start? And do you have any warnings of hardships they may face?
so we already answered, I think, the main question
Mm-hmm.
of like where to get started. I definitely think that in understanding the pipeline, you should look at visual novel designs content because in addition to telling you how to execute some like features by like explaining to you the code, they also explain more theoretical and procedural things like coming up with a team, coming up for or like doing jam planning, or I guess like structuring your narrative and whatnot. So that is a pretty good versatile resource in terms of like hurdles that you're going to come into contact with. It's in like teams, it's going to be communication, timing, and making sure everyone is motivated. Um, it's a little hard to tell over text. So I think there's like a fun element of being able to participate in the game jam with a friend that you know IRL, but I am not fortunate to have that privilege. So um, you kind of just have to like make do with what you have. I already explained that knowing other people's time zone is really important because um, Sophie, our programmer, her time zone is like 6 hours ahead of mine. And so that meant that the submission deadline for her was different for me. And we did end up submitting like a day before the final deadline, only by like a couple hours. I say a couple, but it was more like we did submit it like 16 hours before the deadline because it was 5 a.m. my time, but it was probably gonna be like um, I don't know, midday her time, but like a day before. Shit, I don't know. Time zones are hard.
Time zones
So
are
this is
hard.
I
I
need
use
to
a
know people's
time
time
zone
zone.
converter when I need to take time zones into consideration for anything. And I
I
you
know, I
basically you
did
can put
too.
your where your location is and the other location of where you want to know, and you'll have a little a visual of what time it is there and what time it is where you are, and you'll be able to
Yeah, I
plan
mean
that
I did.
way.
I
I
even made a
I
chart. I made a chart on my what was it? My little flow chart for the common route. But I think like you mostly only need the time zones for like planning, and especially if you're going to have meetings, you definitely need it. Like you should not disregard it at all. If you are having a meeting with someone where you are going to be talking to someone, definitely have check their time zone. Make sure that you are both in agreement that the time that you are setting works for the both of you. Um, and I think going back to the main question, another thing that you gotta watch out for, I think, especially if you are not fully versed in every aspect of creating a game, is understanding the coding logic. Like if you know that you cannot code, you still have to understand the logic to be able to plan out a game that is feasible
That's what I
because
want
it
to
would be
learn because as you may know, I have said it in channel. I have done a couple beta testing, And when I do my beta testing, I write a whole bunch of notes, but I don't want to put out ideas that aren't actually like possible. Like, so I would, for
Yeah,
future beta testing things I want to know what is possible and what is not possible, what ideas I can give that could help the game, and what ideas that are just not gonna happen. So I want to know. Give me the knowledge.
yeah. Well, see, the other thing about that is that you will only know if you are familiar with the engine that the game is being developed in, because there are
Mm-hmm.
multiple ways, or I guess software that you can use to create a visual novel, and sometimes people just do it from scratch. But each program has their own limitation. So if you're also not familiar with that software, then you also kind of run into the issue of like maybe you didn't plan ahead and you're using a software you haven't used before, and then you spend so much time trying to figure out how to get this one feature to work, only to find out that the way to do it is beyond your scope, and you're just like, dang, this core feature that I spent so much time and research on, can't use it. Now I gotta find a new solution, and maybe don't do that. Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
the other reason why you're going to want to know about coding logic is if you have a coder on your team and you're not the coder, you need to be able to effectively communicate with them. Like, making up terms can only go so far. Sometimes it's a little bit easier to like meet someone halfway, and so understanding the coding logic can be helpful, especially like in my case. It allowed me to write a lot of the game without worrying about having to put it into code, because I already, like, a lot of what was written for the common route was written in Visual Studio Code and not in Google Docs and then put into Visual Studio Code. So I didn't have to worry about the formatting transferring over, and I was able to, I guess, like beta test the structure of the routes and not have to spend an extra time for that either. So that was certainly useful.
I'll look into all those different things when I get
Yeah,
around to
don't
learning
don't
things.
hesitate to like just like look up a video or like an article, because there is a lot of resources for figuring out how to make a visual novel. I think just between you and me though, our ex- prior experiences differ from each other. So what we're
Mm-hmm.
looking for out of like tutorial content is a little different from each other.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a moment. I must drink.
Okay.
Drink has been drunk.
All right. We did kind of go over this question a little bit. You kind of did answer it a little, but
Mhm.
how did you get into game deving?
So I took a chance on Magical Girl Game Jam. Things spiraled from there, but I think I think the seed that was planted started before that. I need to remember, because I think what happened was, oh, excuse me, um, there was a streamer I was watching, and they played a visual novel from itch.io, and I I was interested in like the development of it because they enjoyed the game and they wanted to play more, but only 2 days were out because it was a chapter based game, and I didn't play any more of it. So I was like, oh, are there not any continuous updates? And so I go to the page, I look at the page, and I read and explore, and I'm like, oh, they're not coming back for a while. Oop, I hope they're gonna be okay. And so I don't think I did anything more beyond that. I may or may not have like downloaded the game to try and experience it myself, but I don't really remember doing that until later with this specific game. But I think at some point I decided to explore the website a little bit, and I think I made an account just to collect games and I guess like keep track of what I was playing.
Mm-hmm.
Because the other thing that I think is a more major player as to why I got into game development was because someone I know was complaining about how there were not a lot of not safe for work ultimate games. And I was like, there really isn't that many. I bet I could make a spreadsheet for all of them. So I went through every game in Steam that was under that like genre, and then I went through every game in itch.io that I could find. There's a lot of games on there, but that I could find that fit that bar, and I put all of them spreadsheet. And along the way, there were some really funny ones, but I also found some like normal Otome games, and those were fun too. And then I started playing all of them. Oh yeah, that's how I found Bewitching Sinners, by the way. And so I played them. I had fun playing them, and then I realized, oh, there are teams behind this. People like come together and make these. So I was like, I guess I could do that too, especially since I don't have any experience in the industry right now. I could, I don't know, throw my coin into the well and see what happens. And the timing of it made it so that I think Magical Girl Jam was the only jam that I was interested in doing at the time because there were no visual novel jams. Um, so I was just looking at the themes. Magical Girl is a theme I wanted to do because I wanted to draw some magical girls, and so I did. That's how Yugari's Rampage was born. And then I was like, wow, that was so fun. And then the rest is history, as I've already stated. But in terms of continuing to stay in game dubbing instead of just like doing it once or twice and then being done with it, one of the things I realized about games is, as I've already mentioned before, the reuse of assets, so I don't have to redraw the same thing over and over again, but also the complete package aspect of it, I find is easier to achieve for me than it is for like a comic or an animation or even like merch. Because with merch and comics, if you want to make money off of them, you also have to pay for material. But I don't want to sound ignorant when I say this, but like with games, um, like if you're not a big company, you're mostly paying for the time that was put into putting it together. And that time comes from like the coding, the beta testing, bug fixing, hiring other people to do the art for you, hiring to do some other aspect for you, doing recruitment for that hiring and whatnot. So because those are all like digital aspects, not something that's reliant on a physical product, I find that that is a little bit more accessible, especially when like printing material is really expensive.
Mm-hmm. It's all physical things you need to
Labor.
purchase, which, as we said in the beginning of the stream, everything costs more than it did, what, 10
Yeah,
years ago? So even prices of art materials are going up, so.
even merch is so expensive. I saw a charm that was like worth $12 a piece, and I was like,
I
$12?
think
It's just one thing. It's not even that Babe, what do you mean it's $12?
Yeah.
Like, I empathize with the price. Gotta make that bag. But as a consumer, I'm like, this is so out of my price range. It's not even funny. So, like a respectable medicine, I go on my way instead of complaining about the prices. I don't understand people who complain about merch prices from indie artists. Like, bro, we gotta eat. They
Mm-hmm.
gotta eat. They gotta charge whatever they charge, so long as you know they're not stealing the product. If they put their time and effort into that, whatever, they can charge whatever they want.
Uh-huh. Anything else on the whole game deving thing, or should we move on to the next one?
Yeah, we can go on to the next one because I'm taking my notes, and most of what I've already said in the notes has been discussed already.
All right. Then the next one is there a genre or a theme you would like to explore in your games in the future?
Hmm. I wrote down high fantasy just because I appreciate it when creators come up with a unique fantasy or magic system that isn't reliant upon the old D&D or Tolkien universe. Like I've seen too much of it. I don't like it, which is kind of ironic considering I am making a medieval fantasy game. Um, but I really like high fantasy. I made a power system actually for a story a long time ago that is pretty much high fantasy, but that is not going to see any action for a while because that's a part of a larger project that is going to need a lot of time before it comes to fruition. Um, but the other thing I'm interested in exploring is, I guess, doing more visual design that is based off of Southeast Asia because
Hmm.
I'm Cambodian, but there's not a lot of representation for that in media here, like in the West or just in general, period. So I I kind of like to embody the be the change that you want to see. So eventually I'll get around to doing something inspired by that, but the time for that is not now. I need time to cook. I need time to marinate. And so when the time is right, we'll get there, but there is not now.
Oh, that's a cool
Um,
idea. That's a cool
Thank
idea.
you. Actually, there was a Thai Otome release for Otome Jam this year, but I still haven't gotten around to playing that, just like I haven't gotten around to playing like half of the stuff that was submitted to Otome Jam because I've been so busy.
Same for me. I was on vacation for 2 weeks, so I didn't have time to play games. So I was trying to catch up. That's what I'll be doing the next until the rest of July.
Well, July is almost
Well,
over.
even into the next month probably. But then I have to do the
Yeah.
002. I don't know. There's so many games that
Well,
come out. I can't stream them fast enough.
yes, there is like as we've seen on the itch.io chart, like at least 20 jams are running concurrently. So good luck to that. So also good luck to streaming stuff for 182 Acid Jam because there's I think 1,000 submissions this year. So I don't think you're gonna get to all of them.
I'm gonna have to like limit games. I'm so bad at narrowing down things, so it'll be
Yeah.
a.
See, I don't have that issue because I'm picky.
If I'm like, ooh, that looks interesting. Ooh, that looks interesting. Oh, I like that genre. Oh, hey, I know
Yeah.
that person. I want to see their game.
Real. I at one point I made this collection on itch.io because they don't have like a read later or watch later kind of feature. I just made a collection. They called it checked out later. And I
I
was like, oh, this will only get to about like 100 or 200. And then the other day it got to 512.
I'm
And I
not
was
at
like,
512 yet, but I do have various various categories. I have my to play on stream category, my finish the game entirety of the game category, I finished demo category, horror game category, otome category, in development category for otome, in development for horror game otome, fully released.
oh, you have the historian type of collection. I have
That's
the
just kind of how
silly
I
guy
work.
kind of collection. I am. Well, this is kind of a niche reference. Maybe I won't bring it up, but I did name one of my collections something silly. How many do I have? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Only eight collections. Um, well, I do have one collection that I call it Absolute Bangers, but that's the stuff that I like. It's reserved for the things that I immediately fall in love with, which is not a lot. There's currently only four things in here, but I have tasty, cool software, and then fun time because the other two, excluding to check out later, those are recommendation lists specifically for other people. I don't really know if they want to be publicly talked about right
You don't
now,
have
so
to
I'm
name
not
them.
going to say their names. Um, but yeah, those are the type of collections that I make, and I don't really keep track of the things that I've played or not because there's the things you've rated and the things to rate section.
Yeah.
So it's like if I ever need to double check if I've downloaded something, I just go over there.
Yeah, I have that too. Things you own, things you rated, and queue for upcoming stream. Otome Jam 2024. Interested in interested in right now, but just adding quickly because I can't think of the category. Want to play when
Yeah, that's why
released?
I have mine to check out later
Development.
because
Play demo finished. Recent update or new demo. NanoRenner
damn,
2024
that's so
submissions. Scats. Yeah, yeah,
well,
all
I
that
don't think you
stuff.
need to make collections for the submissions to jams because submissions have their own section for in the jam page.
Yeah,
So
but
as long as you have
it's for the games I want to
continue.
play from that I want to stream.
Oh, yeah. When you gotta call the produce or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I
So
see. That makes sense.
so yeah, that's my itch.io library.
That's an actual library. I think we can move on to the next question though.
All right. Next question is: do you have any current plans or ideas for a future game?
Jesus Christ. Yes. Actually, yes. I feel like I'm in a constant state of, oh, I have this idea for a project. Because even during Semper EST, I would come up with ideas for other visual novels that um, I have not started planning for in any way. I just kind of write ideas down and I'm like, oh, this would be pretty cool. I think it's feasible eventually. I feel like I'm gonna have to like force myself to learn code before anything comes to fruition. But we have many ideas. Um, I don't know. I don't think it's worth come stating what any of the ideas are because they're very bare bones.
All right. Then on to the next question. In the writing process, where do you have the most difficulty with?
Um, Scenarios, I think, just because I worry about progression and pacing when it comes to writing. And so I we talked about this earlier when we were like writing, we want to get to the really cool part, but in order to get to the cool part, you have to build up to it. And in planning the build up, I kind of just like get lost and then sometimes I'll like plan something out and be like, oh, this will work. And then I start writing it, and the pacing starts going off the walls. It's not coming together. And I'm just like, man, this is not fun. So that I think is where I struggled the most. Um, hmm.
Hmm. All right.
Yep,
Um,
that answers the question. I didn't miss anything.
yeah, yeah. Where do you get your inspiration from for your games?
This is a little hard to answer just because there's no one consistent source.
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of let the ideas come when they do, which usually tends to be before I go to sleep or in the shower or when I'm on a walk or
Mine
driving.
mine happen in the shower. Every thought happens in the shower. That's why I end up taking like
Shower
40-minute
thoughts.
showers because I get lost in thoughts.
You get lost in the sauce.
Then I exit
Yeah.
I exit a shower and all through the day is like, psh, damn, I
Yeah,
had
I
that great
also run
idea.
into
What
that
was it?
issue as well.
So often I wish I had a
When
notepad in the shower.
Yeah, it's too bad. I almost like proposed expo marker, but some expo markers wash away with water, so it would make it pointless. Um, yeah, for me, I don't come up with a lot of ideas in the shower because I almost like just repeat memories that I've experienced when I'm in the shower. Um, Kind of as like a way of processing what happens in the day, where I come up with like a really weird scenario, like what if X person that I knew did Y thing? How would that change my life right now? Um, so most of the ideas do come when I'm like asleep, taking a walk, or driving. Um, I guess driving is the more common place that it happens, just because I have to do it every day now.
Mm-hmm.
And beyond just like the time and place, I think also just in general, I am inspired by Princess Tutu and Revolutionary Girl Lieutenant
I love
and
Princess
Satoshi
Tutu.
Kon. I love them too. They're like the only two anime I can say that I love without a shadow of a doubt and are like really high cuts of media, which to people who don't know may sound a little bit silly for something like Princess Tutu, but in terms of like fairy tales and subversion of genre and like character exploration. I think Princess Tutu does a really good job of that.
Mm-hmm.
And Revolution Girl Teta kind of already has its cult following, so I don't feel like I need to explain it. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
um, let me think.
All right.
Oh,
Oh,
wait,
yeah.
one last thing. Um, so because there's no one clear inspiration or like inspiration source from like any idea that I come up with, I do want to make it clear that essentially what happens is my brain takes all the aspects of the things I've experienced and just combines it together, just jumbles it up, and every once in a while a good idea comes out. And I kind of sat for a moment and I was like, this is what all these stupid tech bros are trying to make AI do, but my brain does it for free. Come on, guys. Why are you trying to recreate a brain? Just use your own.
Yes, I do agree with that. I kind of hate AI.
Some AI, like, have been designed to be an actual useful tool, but like this generative AI stuff is not it, bro. Is not where we need to go.
No. The next question is, when you're stressed, do you have a particular method of relaxing?
Um, Not really, because certain types of stress will make me do different types of things, but like my go-to, I guess, would just be to go to sleep because usually by the time I get stressed out, it's probably because I'm really tired or I've been like pushed to the brink or maybe I'm hungry. I don't like feel hunger pain that much anymore, so I'll
I don't
sometimes
either.
forget that I'm hungry and I'm like, "Oh wait, I need to eat."
That's me.
So
I get working on something. About 8 hours pass, and I realize I've missed lunch, and it's almost dinner time, and my stomach's punching me in the gut. Like I'm being
yeah,
stabbed by a psycho.
I've had that happen multiple times for me, and it was definitely something that happened a lot when I was in university because I had to, or I would be like so in the zone of trying to finish something, not realize that so much time has passed, and I'm like, oh shit, I haven't eaten, and then I'll like eat something, and I'll bring it back to continue working, and then I'll forget that I need to eat.
Yeah. Like that's why I eat before I stream. Because if I'm
Mm,
not gonna eat, my dinner is gonna be sitting there for 5 to 10 hours if I bring it just so I can eat on stream because I'm gonna forget about it.
yeah, and I also think the other thing about eating on stream is that I think you have to establish that as like a thing people are comfortable with
Yeah, because some people have
because
the sensitivity to eating, so that's also another reason why I don't eat on stream that often.
yeah, but also like sometimes it ruins your flow because I used to stream, I think towards the end of fall 2022, but because that was the semester before my health semester, I had to stop streaming and I never got back around to it except for like the one or two times. I think I did it last year.
Yeah, so it's the same in that sense. Yes. It's also very hard to voice act or, try to voice act while you're eating food.
Yes, definitely. Especially if you're like talking to chat.
No.
There's no space to be eating. You have to keep yapping.
So, yes, anyway. So, sleeping and eating. Hmm.
Which sounds really
No,
silly because those are
it's
just
simple
basic
and that's
functions.
good. Because you have a very simple way of relaxing, it sounds like. Just,
Yeah, that and
uh,
taking walks around the neighborhood because sometimes I just get restless and I'm like, I need to move. And so I move. And then I get to see the funny little critters around my neighborhood.
The next question is: are you the type that paces themselves when creating the game, or are you the type that prefers to push out as much as they can in one sitting?
So, going based on my answer to you previously, it may logically seem like I would be the type to just push out as much as I can in one sitting. But the problem is, um, that kind of just tends to be my baseline, um, especially when it comes to the development of Semper EST. I am like very easily able to just like put things out unless it comes to writing. Then I kind of just stare at the thing and I can't do anything. I feel like I've hit a roadblock. So everything else, include like especially when it's planning, it's a lot easier too. So that is easy, but then I just don't feel like I push myself with the writing. And so I'm not really sure if it's a matter of like, is my work style different or is it just kind of like a difference in what I'm good at? Because I will like pace things out to make sure that I don't overwork myself. But I know that I think once June started hitting, I had to pick up the pace a little bit more and I had to put in more hours into making sure that the game was going to be done on time. And so it kind of transitions from one into the other because if I'm unbothered, I am pacing myself appropriately. But if I know I need to hit a deadline, then I'm pretty much low key crunching, but like not really because I actually know what crunch feels like. And I didn't do any of that during the final month of Otome Jam, which is June. It was just working longer, really. There was also like I think like a 1 week lull around the beginning of June, the end of May that I had where I was working on it, but I wasn't working as much as I did. Um, so that was like 1 week that I was kind of behind, but I managed to get back on track and things executed like they did. So I
Hmm.
don't know.
Hmm.
Sorry, I couldn't give a direct answer.
Well, I would say the direct answer would be because most people on a time crunch they put they're all in. That's at least to me seems like the most natural thing to do. But when you're not on a time crunch, it sounds like you have a good sense of pacing. So
Yeah,
yeah, so
because
that's basically the answer to the question.
because I don't want to make it seem like I was staying up late to get things done. Um, for Semper EST, which is like if I was like working on it during the day and then staying up extra late hours to continue working on it, that is what I would consider crunch. But I didn't do any of that. I just worked long hours and was like, okay, well, I'm tired and done now. I'm hungry and I'm gonna go eat and then I'm gonna hang out and then I'm gonna go to bed. And that is what I did.
All right, all right. Is there a game of yours you're most proud of?
Out of the four that are on my profile, it is Semper EST because that one is pretty much my entire creative product. I came up with the character designs, the narrative, the some of the environment design, some of it my background artist did come up with, but sometimes they would need direction, and so I would come up with some concepts for like environment layouts, and I would send that to them, and they would make the beautiful backgrounds that they have made. So I think there is definitely a lot to be proud of with Semper EST, but I don't want to diminish the work that was put into the other games. Um, but I do have my favorites.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yep.
Uh, the next question is when it comes to visual novels, do you have a preference?
Yes. No stat raisers. I hate stat raisers. I even wrote it down as yes, period, no stat raisers, period. I hate stat raisers with a burning passion. I'm looking at you, Dandelion. Dandelion has a demo on Steam, and I was like, oh, now that I have enough time to actually play games after graduation, I can like actually play visual novels. And I also have a credit card because I didn't have a credit card in high school. So I was like kind of limited to just premium gotcha games in high school. And so I'm like, whoa, I have money. I can play all the visual novels I never got to as a kid. But like I'm not gonna like buy things willy nilly, right? So I played the demo of Dandelion. I think I like died on day 3 or something. Or as I say died, but it was like game over, and I was like, girl, what the fuck? Hello? What do you mean I got a game over on day 3? I barely interacted with any of the characters. And the way this fucking game operates is that you have to like I don't know, like raise the stats and make sure that like you have to like raise the stats between the pets, which are like the love interest, but you also have to raise the stats of the main character, and then you like get stat checked eventually, and if you don't have enough stats you get game over. But I'm like, how the hell am I supposed to know which stat I'm supposed to raise? They don't give me a goal to work towards. They're just like, here you go. Look at all these
Mystery
funny little
number.
animals. I was so pissed off. I was like, I am never playing Dandelion ever again. I don't care how good people say this game is. I will never play it ever again. And this kind of happened with another visual novel, but I was like, okay, yeah, this is. I definitely can't do stat raisers. This is probably somebody else's jam. This is their bread and butter, but it's definitely not mine, and I don't want it near me. I can't do it at all. The only one I can play that I actually have a fun time with is the Radiance, but that's it.
I actually don't
I have
mind.
not
Oh,
enjoyed another stat raiser.
I actually don't mind stat raisers. I like the challenge of it. I actually like bad ends because I like the challenge. I guess
I
the more
I can empathize.
I like pain.
That's a funny thing to just admit bluntly, but for me, it's about like what's being communicated. Going back to my communication major, if like nothing is being communicated to the player other than oops, you didn't do the game right, then I'm going to get pretty pissed off. If there's like a pathway towards a bad end, I'm not going to mind as much. But if the game is just going to give me a game over after like floundering about or trying to figure out like what works, then I'm not going to enjoy it because there's no reward for testing out something that the game doesn't really clearly want you to do. So that's just me.
Okay, okay. The next question is, what is your favorite and or least favorite part of the game creation?
Ooh, ooh. I think I think it will just have to be character design. It's my bread and butter. I live and die by the character design. So this also ties in, I think, to the previous one because another thing that I have in terms of like visual novel preferences is making sure the love interests don't have the same face and then just different hair and clothing.
Oh
I
gosh,
hate
yes, I
that.
hate that.
I don't like that. What's the point? Like, I can forgive it if the character writing like completely excels beyond the whatever visual thing I'm being given, but like, you
Variety.
know, as a character designer, as a communications major,
As
I
just a
am being
consumer.
hurt a little bit. So, I also like this applies to just about any game that I will play, but I am not interested in playing a game where I don't enjoy the visuals. I don't care how good the gameplay is, but like if I have to torture myself with something I clearly don't like looking at, I'm not going to play it. And this is probably a really weird game to attribute it towards, but Zelda Breath of the Wild, I can't play that game. I don't understand why they had to make the lighting of everything so warm and orange, but like, I don't like it. I don't know why, because I think the color palette in the game is really interesting, but I just don't like looking at the environment in Breath of the Wild, and I don't like the lighting, especially with like the warm light conflicting with the cold blues. I can look at it for like a little bit, but then after a while it becomes annoying to me, and I don't know why, but I just don't like it, and so I don't play the game.
Okay, okay. That's kind of
I
funny
just
though.
as I've stated before, I'm somehow really picky. I used to not think of myself as a really picky person, but now I'm just like sitting here and like I'll try something new and I'll be like, oh, well, I didn't like this one tiny aspect of it, so I don't really like it, and then I'll like move on or whatever. And I find it hard to like get really passionate or like excited about something because then I'll just be like noticing something that I don't like about it, and now that I've noticed it, I'm like, ooh, well, I can't just look away. Because sometimes I'm able to ignore it and still have fun, but sometimes I'm like, ooh, never
Sometimes it's
gonna.
so
Forget
in your
that
face that
one.
it's hard to ignore, right?
Yeah. So, um, yeah, like it's one of those things where like if you have a pet peeve, you have a pet peeve. I understand when people have preferences, and mine just happened to be really niche.
Fair enough.
um,
Um, Next question is there a place which you would like to improve in?
I hope it's not obvious when I say coding, because I feel like if I understood coding and knew how to code more, then I could probably get a lot more done in, I guess, like making things happen in terms of the structure of the game. Um, because when I was doing the beta for Semper EST, I did have to do a few research studies, I guess, to fully understand how to do X thing that I wanted it to do. And then I also had to do a lot of research for the GUI for March of the Emissary. And getting to where I needed to go was pretty much impossible because of the skill hurdle that I could not overcome in the amount of time we were given. And so, if I understood Python a lot more, I could probably do a lot more and get more done quicker. But because I can't, I'm just kind of where I am right now. And I wish I didn't have to code, but I kind of do, which is really ironic because there's like at least five computer science majors slash professionals in my family.
All right. Let's see. When you finally finish a game, how do you usually feel and what do you do?
This one's a little bit hard to answer because I've only made 4 games. That's not a
That's
lot of
more than
games.
one. That's more than zero.
It is more than one, but it's still not enough as like a data set or like a data pool. Um, so I don't know. I usually feel really tired and like a weight has been lifted off of my shoulders, except for during Tears of the Mermaid. I got COVID during that. I was about to finish during the last week, but then I got COVID, and so I didn't get to finish
Oh
sprites. So I think every sprite that I made, except for Ariel, had flat colors because I had COVID. So I was just kind of out of it for like a week, and then I came back, finished the sprites, and it was all good. But for every other game, it is kind of like, oh, a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. Oh, cool, the game is out. Um, I kind of need to not touch a game for a little bit. Like I need to take a break from game deving every time a jam finishes. Because with Semper EST, I was supposed to continue doing marketing and planning after it had released because I was like, oh, Sunofest, we have more time to continue development on the game. And then I just kind of didn't do any game development for a whole week unintentionally. And then I was like, that's a little strange. I was supposed to be productive this week and then I wasn't. Hmm. So I tried again and I was like, oh, well, I didn't do as much game development as I wanted, but I did do something. Why am I not being as productive as I want to? And then I realized, oh, burnout, because I forgot I had been planning and drafting the month before Otome Jam started. So I had technically been working on it for 3 months instead of just like the 2 that Otome Jam ran for. So, oops.
oh,
But
you need those weeks to
yeah,
recover.
yeah. And even though most of my team members were done like a week before Otome Jam ended, I know one of them was like I enjoyed having the break. I needed that. And I'm like, yeah, I needed that 1 week break too.
Are there any game devs you admire or would like to work with?
So I split it up um, into who I admire, who I want to work with, and who I want to get to know. I admire GB Patch, who is the creator of Our Life Beginning as Always. I ended up playing that one on a whim last year just because I was like, getting into games again, and I was like, oh, a free game on Steam? Hmm, interesting. We'll see how it goes because I was not a very experienced Steam connoisseur. So I was like, I guess we'll give it a go. And then I gave it a go and I couldn't stop playing it for like 2 to 3 hours. And I was like, whoa. And then eventually I finished the game and I was like, whoa, that was one of the best experiences in a game I've ever had. How much did I pay for it? And I went back to Steam and I was like, oh shit, I thought I paid $5. It's actually free. So I just really admire the way that they're able to I guess structure a game and like write it because Our Life is a slice of life kind of genre. It's not usually my cup of tea because I do like plot and character development as a result of that plot. But because there's no plot in slice of life, the character drama that came with this game was kind of natural, and I really enjoyed like how it was explored and how it looks into how people change over time and the changes that like one person goes through with themselves and with their relationships with other people and then who they meet along the way. And it's kind of relevant
Hmm.
to me just because I've had to move schools literally every time that there was like a grade or like a level change. Like I would go to elementary school, switch it in elementary school because I had to move. Elementary school finishes, I have to move again, go to a different middle school. I have to go to a different high school because of travel reasons. And then I go to a different high school. I don't know anybody for times of switching to there. And then I have to like move to college. I don't know anybody going to the college except for that one friend that I had, which I was really lucky to be able to run with. But beyond her, I didn't know anybody. So it's like every step of the way, I had to like keep resetting friends, and it was really tough. So that was like that doesn't happen in our life, but the changes that are explored and like maintaining consistent friendships and then sometimes being able to choose to not have those friendships um, were ideas that I really liked, and I liked how they were executed, and I also admire the amount of customization that went into the game because there's a lot, and some people think that there's a long way to go to make it like actually fully accessible to everyone, and I will agree with them. But I think for like where it is, it's still a pretty good step in the right direction. So yeah, I also admire Miss Sarah, who is the developer behind Bewitching Sinners, and it's mostly because of a public Patreon post that they made talking about their journey in game development and how they came to be a developer. And I don't really want to reiterate everything here because I think that if you are interested in this post, you should go and read it yourself. Um, it made me have a lot of respect for her, and I wish her the best. Um, the last dev I admire is more, I guess, like a team because I had played the Arcana when it first came out, and then I stopped playing it after a while. So to hear that some of the people that were behind the Arcana were coming together to make a new game, I was really excited to, I guess be a part of the development of Touchstar because I am a backer, and I also really like the way that they handle character design and narratives. The character designs for Touchstar are like just a little bit over designed or cluttered in some areas, but generally I still really like them because it it still follows the things that I look for, like good color placement, strong shapes. They also have like a good variation in face and body type and character concept as well. You wouldn't want like two office workers in your cast if like there's only four of them and they don't really have much variety between the four.
Hmm.
If like two of them already work in the same place, we already got one guy there. Do we really need another one? So I'm really looking forward to that. But obviously, we have a long way to go until quarter 4 of 2025.
Yes, I'm
I
excited
I
for
hope
that game.
I hope they make it in time
Aw.
because they're actually being a little secretive with some of the development. Like this isn't a bad thing. It's more like oh, we gotta hold our cards close. Can't reveal the cool details to you guys yet. Um, in the Kickstarter. So I'm not gonna spill the beans on Kickstarter details because that's exclusive. But that's the general idea. They're hyping it up. That's what's happening. They're
All
hyping it
right.
up.
I'll need to keep. I haven't checked on their Kickstarter in a while, so I actually am. I don't know what they've released, so I'll need to look at that.
They do have public posts that you can see, but there are like
Oh,
Kickstarter
I'm already
exclusive
part of
updates.
Kickstarter. I back them.
Are you not getting the emails?
I don't
Hello.
look at my email. I literally one of the interviews I have started. I they responded 2 days ago for a time. Oh, it was yesterday. They responded 2 days ago, and they're like, "Hey, it's 11. It's 11:30. A good time." I saw it literally 5 minutes before 11:30. I'm like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Can we reschedule?" Yeah. So if
That's
anyone wants to contact
crazy.
me, Twitter or Discord are the way to go.
Or the fastest way to go. See, what's
Yes,
funny with
I'll
me
get
is
to
I
it
actually
eventually if it's
prefer it if
email,
people
but
contact me
it
by
might be a while.
email. Like, I check my emails. Um, Unfortunately, it's filled with LinkedIn spam. I don't know how to unsubscribe from LinkedIn, so I just kind of have to suffer through it.
Oh gosh, I remember those days.
So yeah, I'm also always on like Twitter and Discord because I refuse to call it fucking X.
Oh yes,
But like, I'm one of the rare people that will check their emails. You can contact me by email. I will check them. Um, but I didn't get to the other sections.
okay, go ahead.
I didn't write full notes for the last one, but in terms of like devs I would like to work with, I was interested in working with Lavinia from Transparent Games because we worked together on Tears of a Mermaid, and although our roles didn't really fully intersect in any way, um, I respect the direction that they're able to give and the experience that they have, and I think they're a pretty cool person. And so, um, if if we ever get to work together, I am looking forward to it.
Well, I
They
hope
were
we get to work
also
together. We played a
thank
game of
you.
theirs a week back, week or two.
Yeah, it should be Saintess of the Golden Bow, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was a good
I thought
game.
that was an
So,
interesting concept. Um, yeah, they also gave me tips. I guess it's just like because it was going to be my first time being project lead. they gave me some tips on things to do and things to keep track of. And
That's nice.
so I also appreciate and respect them for that. Um,
That's
well,
very
that's the
sweet
only
of
person
them.
I would.
Go ahead.
Yes. Sorry, I think my voice is like low key starting to give out.
No, it's fine. No.
But we're almost done. Um, I guess we'll just move on to the devs I want to get to now.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to start off with the special mention of Lamb from Rolling Crown because back when I was getting into games on itch.io, I didn't realize that what do you call it? That like it's like in between devs, it's not really appropriate to like rate a game a really low score because a lot of what's reliant on I guess in terms of like visibility is making sure that you have a high ratio and score of like 5-star ratios
Mm-hmm.
compared to like your 1 star and whatnot. And so by lowering that ratio, you don't really get put on, I guess, like the top rated lists or whatnot. And it's not like an algorithm; it's literally just numeral crunching. And so I didn't find out about that until earlier this year because what I had did when I first got onto itch.io was I ended up playing the demo for Demon Heart: The Cursed Trials, and I did like the story, but I did have other things that I wish were changed, and so I wrote this really lengthy review, and then I hit review, and then I was like, and then itch.io does the pop up like, hey, you're gonna share this with the dev, you know that, right? And I'm like, okay, but I am for some reason still operating on the oh, this is like a corporation developer kind of deal in my
Mm-hmm.
brain
I
for
see.
some reason. And so I was like, oh, they probably won't see it, or if they do, they'll just ignore it. And then I kind of go about my day. And then they kind of just followed me on my Twitter, and I was like, what? Why did you do that? And so I was a little shocked by it, but I do like the concept for the Cursed Trials, and I am really excited for the full thing to come out.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I know that it is in early access, and I could definitely just purchase it whenever I wanted, but I'm very much a play the demo and then don't touch it until the final version is out type of person because I don't like continuously rating or like reviewing things when I already know it's not finished. Like
I
I
understand.
know that the way that I tend to like review or critique things can sometimes be viewed as harsh, not because I intended to, but I guess because of just sometimes of the way I phrase it. And so I don't want to unintentionally give that impression to something that I'm already is consciously aware of, like not a finished product. Like if I know you have places to go, I don't want to continuously point it out like, oh, this still isn't done, or like still be aware that like this aspect still isn't done. And then I also have this awful aspects to my brain where if like an inkling of something is given to me in a story and they're like, ooh, this might be relevant later, my brain might make something up that's completely unrelated to what's actually going to happen. And then sometimes it ends up being better than the actual product. This has actually happened to me when I went to go like watch movies with my family or friends. I'll think like something's gonna be really cool and awesome from the trailer because it's giving a specific vibe, and I think that like XYZ is going to happen. Then we go see the movie and it's just like nothing like it. And I'm like, what the fuck? I want the version that was in my head. So I have to be like really careful about spoilers or I guess like unintentionally thinking about something so hard I write fan fiction in my head. So I'm waiting. Yeah, that's the reason why I'm waiting for the full thing to be out before I actually revisit the Cursed Trials. So
Understood.
that's why I want to get to know Lamb a little more because it was a really interesting interaction. I still want to know more about that. Like, what happened and why did that happen? I still like respect that for happening, but it was so out of left field. I don't think I'm ever going to forget about it.
I get that. You wanting to wait till the full version. Respect that.
Yeah, just another one of my stickler ways. But I guess the other two devs I want to get to know a little bit more would be Fantasia, who made the kid at the back, I believe, and Cutie Sai, who did 14 Days with You. Like they're both not finished, but I'm really impressed with the way that they're able to just like put together these really aesthetic games, which I think are like coincidentally both yandere, but like in their own different way. And
Ooh.
I also just like respect their work, but if they're technically supposed to be for 18 or older people, so minors should definitely not be interacting with them. Um, but I still find their content interesting, and so I don't know. I kind of want to their head a little more. And I know that Cutie Sci has a Discord, but I'm really awful when it comes to joining Discords because I never know what to say. Like I'll say something in the introductions channel if they have one, but in
The
terms of
actual
starting
act
a
of being
conversation, I'm
active.
just going to sit there and be like, "What's everyone else saying?"
I am totally like that. I am horrible at being active on Discords. It's not that I don't want to be there, it's I don't know what to say.
I know. This is like an IRL problem too. Like
Yeah.
unless someone approaches me and like it's a topic I'm familiar on, I'm just kind of basically going to be sitting there like, uh-huh, mm-hmm, yeah, right, uh-huh. Like
Same.
I don't know what else I'm supposed to say.
Same.
So yeah, that's all three categories.
Alright, I'm gonna have to check that yandere one out. I I enjoy the
Well,
yandere
there's two
genre.
yonder. Actually, I can just link you to my spreadsheet if you want.
Oh yeah,
It
let's do
might
that.
link it. Yeah, I'm just not gonna post it publicly.
Yeah, of course.
Uh,
I don't expect that.
I'm not gonna point eyes to it except for the people who it's intended for.
Mhm.
So I'll send it to you later.
All right, sweet.
Um, yes. Then the next question.
The next question is, when you aren't creating games, are there any games you would like to play for fun?
Fire Emblem Heroes. Sorry, that's
I
a
take it
Fire
you
Emblem
like Fire
specific
Emblem?
song. I enjoy Fire Emblem a lot. Ironically, I have only finished one Fire Emblem game, and it's one of the ones I dislike. Um, but yeah, I this was actually a part of the Meet the Team post that I made. Fire Emblem is listed as the first game that I enjoy out of the others listed. I don't really know. I don't fully comprehend why I like it so much. I think the journey to liking Fire Emblem is really funny for me because the jump um was far. That's gonna be a story for another day. But I also like to play Shiny Mickey because mobile games are awesome when I don't want to put too much thought into the games I'm playing. Shiny Mickey is also the sequel to Love Vicky Dress Up Queen, which is actually a sequel to Love Nikki Up to You, which is also a sequel to the first Love Nikki game, of which is not ever available in English.
I
The
didn't know there
first,
were that many Love Nickies.
there's actually going to be a fifth one called Infinity Nikki, which is a open world dress up game. I
Oh,
don't know when that's releasing, but I'm looking forward to it because I think it's a really funny concept. Um, where was I going with this? That was also a really funny journey, but I like playing Shiny Mickey more because the company that's in charge of the localization of Love Nikki Dress Up Queen, they kind of suck. I would just say they suck, and I I don't like them. And also some of the like outfit designs in Love Nikki are getting repetitive. So at the very least, Shiny Nikki at least attempts to have some variety, like judging by the names. A lot of what's in the game are dresses rather than shirts and tops.
hmm.
But the fun thing about the Mickey games is that they're actually isekai.
I did not know that.
They're isekai in disguise. It's so funny. Okay, you may think, we're just gonna go around dressing up and doing silly battles with each other. No, we actually have political drama, time travel, world ending
I
catastrophes,
might have to play
your
Love
friend
Nikki.
getting possessed by the devil. It's really crazy.
I think I might
Oh,
need to play this. I've never played it actually.
it's totally fine. I actually don't play the story that much, but like some of the summaries go crazy, and some of the like the backstories of some of these characters are insane. Like there's this queen called Lilith, and her journey to becoming Lilith is crazy and literally involves a demon and burning people
Ooh.
alive and getting revenge on people that I guess, abused her. But then,
Yes, a
oh
revenge
god,
story.
this is like a revenge story. But then there's also like this awful tragic tale for something else. And then there's also, I guess, the explorations of immortal characters and how it turns them deranged. And then we also, and then we also just have Zoe's ass full frontal in one of the reflections. Like, okay, like that's not really relevant to anything that ever happens in the story, but like I think it's really funny how like most of the art in the reflections, which I think you can imagine it as like a I don't know, like the method of attack in the game that isn't like putting on clothes. Um like they involve having a basic image and then an image that you can unlock by raising the stats of it. And so there are a lot of very beautiful tragic images, fun images, silly images, and then for some reason, there's just one where Zoe and her ass is just front and center, and I'm like, yo, doesn't this game have a general rating?
It's like I thought this was a game rated E.
Yeah,
Like,
like I I think what happened with the Love Nikki Joseph Queen was that it ended up getting its rating bumped up from like 4 plus to 13 plus because they have this feature called Starry Corridor where the players are able to create scenarios and scenes and fun images out of all the assets in the game.
oh,
But because it's like player freedom, it does allow for some creeps to get on there. And for some reason, the localization team, which I've already mentioned, is pretty bad. I say localization, but it's more like the people who were in charge of the English server. I'm just drop their company name. It's Alex, and Alex was also in charge of localizing slash managing the English server of what's it called? Or like Mr. Love.
Oh, the
whatever.
Mr. Love
It was like
game,
an
or
idle game. Yeah, they also didn't do a good job with that one because for some reason Alex is like really stingy about giving the freebies to the North American servers, and they're also really bad about properly timing events to the point where like in Love Nikki it was so scummy there was actually a boycott for it. And technically there were like 4 boycotts in the history of Love Nikki, but like each time it became clearer and clearer that Alex wasn't going to do anything. So I think the fan base for Love Nikki has pretty much just fallen off at this point, which is really
mm,
sad because some of the artwork and stories are really good and very interesting. But once again, Alex loves being a shit ass company at properly bringing things over to the point where major events that have important stories or stories related to events, they'll just take them out. They'll just take the fucking like part part of this story gone. You had this one lore bit that you were looking forward to finding out about. Oops, sorry. These developers in charge of the North American server don't give a shit. They want your money and they don't care if you were actually looking forward to that part of the game. Oops.
it's sucky.
Yeah. So that was a tangent. I guess you can see how far down the rabbit hole I fell.
I learned a
Um,
lot about Love Nikki. Actually, I only knew the name. I actually didn't even know there was a battle sequence in it, or battle system, or whatever this is.
ooh, there is a battle sequence in Love
What, you
Nikki
throw on a dress, you're
specifically.
like, ta-da, I'm here! Minus 100 life
Uh,
points.
Actually, it's kind of like that,
Really?
but not exactly. Oh yeah, there's also a blood curse. So the reason why they all dress up and do battles as a dress up is because they're literally all cursed to do so. Because if they try to solve their problems with violence, they will literally be consumed by pain until they stop trying to commit violence. And so, for the most part, people are just like, cool, we get to have a world peace now. And other people are like, this is fake peace. This isn't real. It's all a sham. And so they're like trying to undo the curse. And some people are like, no, don't do it. And other people are like, yeah, this is a sham. And so it becomes like a moral dilemma because technically both people are right. Like, if we're all like hanging out with each other, is it really worth trying to disturb the peace just to like commit violence again and free ourselves from a curse? But also, is it really worth being subject to this curse and not being able to fully express yourself or properly defend yourself from certain things happening in life? So, yeah,
Okay.
those are, I'll just keep those as the 2 games that I play in my free time because aside from like downloading other people's visual novels, it does change from time to time.
All right. Let us see. Next question. Do you have a game that is finished or in development that you would like to showcase or promote to the viewers? And if you have any Kickstarters or socials, you are free to promote those too.
No, we've already discussed a little bit of Semper EST's future developments today, and at the moment, if I do a Kickstarter, it probably won't launch until next year. Um, so just if you general public want to stay updated, the best way to do so is through Twitter or by following my itch.io page. Um, I am more likely to post an update on either of those 2 things. I did make a Tumblr, but cross posting on more than 2 websites is clearly very difficult for me, the person very bad at the social. So those are your best bet. And I will not be making a Discord server for the game ever in the future. I know that some people like to do that to foster their community. I am just not ever going to be capable of maintaining a community while also making a game and also making sure that things are moderated effectively. That's just not within my capacity. So if anyone plans on making a Discord server based off of the game, just know it's not officially associated with me, and you are free to do so. Good luck.
Yeah, managing multiple socials is very difficult. My Instagram and my TikTok are they're lucky if they get updated like once every 4 months.
Real. I didn't update my Instagram for like over a year, and then I came to the realization earlier
I'm a
this year,
very bad
like
content
I don't
creator.
want anybody I don't know following me anymore, so I'm just going to private this account.
Yeah. I'm still learning the whole content creator thing. I need to
Yeah, I think my
improve.
biggest weakness is marketing.
Yeah.
I'm also really bad at coming up with ideas.
Well, this here, what we're doing is also a type of marketing, which is one of the reasons why I'm doing it in the first place, to help the indie creators
Yes.
get to know
And
and
I'm
get
gonna
to their games
download.
out and all that stuff.
Can I download your VOD and like do something with it later? Like,
Sure.
you can say no if you want. Okay. I don't know what it'll be. I have to cook, I gotta marinate, but I'll
Mhm.
probably do something with it.
Mhm.
Thank
I
you for
might put it
giving me
on
your
YouTube.
permission.
It's something I'm
Hmm?
thinking. I'm thinking of putting the interviews I've been doing on YouTube or something.
Oh, you haven't been doing that?
Like I said, I'm a horrible content creator.
Okay. I thought you probably would have done that by now because doesn't Twitch delete your VODs?
It does, but I download a lot of my VODs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think in terms of reach, because um Twitch is very much like a live platform. If people want to rewatch something, it's better to put it up on YouTube.
Yeah.
So that way, like if someone's searching one of the devs indie games on YouTube, that'll be one of the things that come up, and then they can easily learn more about it.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, I need to get on that. I have a whole bunch of VODs on a thumb drive
Yeah,
and on my computer itself from past
yeah.
streams,
I
even
wish
from
you
the
the
very
best of
beginning.
luck. Just because uploading long form videos to YouTube takes forever. Like, I tried uploading, I think, a 10-minute, 20-minute video one time. Man, that shit took
Oh
forever. I
God.
was like, what's
Well,
going
RIP
on?
my 10-hour video, my 10-hour streams.
Yeah, especially since, like, I don't think you can upload anything over 12 hours, anyways. Like, I don't think you've done anything like that. But some streamers who do endurance have to like cut it off at 12, and then you also have to like verify your account in order to upload anything over 10 minutes.
Oh,
So
seriously?
there's also that sticky situation. Yes, you do. I had to do it for a school project.
Oh.
My school project was like a little bit over 10 minutes or something, and then they're like, you can't upload that. And I was like, what? Why? And then it was like giving me, the prompt, and I was like, damn, that's so silly.
Well, hopefully within the month I'll get to it. I'm trying to be better. I'm really trying to be better.
I believe in you. We can learn together.
The next question. Uh, were you to meet any of your characters in real life? Is there one you would like to meet?
Oh, I didn't write notes on this question, so I think I forgot
If
to.
you want to, sorry, I didn't see. Do you want to skip that one then?
No, I do want to answer it, but I don't know because I feel like if I met any of them, I would kind of just stand at like a 5 yards away and be like, "What the fuck?" Because I'm not good about meeting strangers either, so I kind of just like stand there when I'm like being introduced to somebody and I just say the basic stuff and then I kind of just like try to go with the flow and respond as I can. But it's really, really few and far in between the moments where I actually ask someone a question.
Or you can even just
Or
sit
like,
there and eat sandwiches together on a bench. So we can change it to what character of
ooh,
yours would you like to sit down and have a sandwich with?
ooh. Um, well, Glenn Hill's not on the list. I don't think we would get along if we ever met each other. He's annoying. He's like not so not my type. Um, I say that affectionately, because he's my character and everything. But I also know that some people like old men. Um, that's actually going to be plot relevant later. So, going back to the question, I guess I would sit down and have a sandwich with Piros because he's probably the most chill or like even keel out of everyone, which may be a little bit surprising considering how like I guess composed Fillion is most of the time. Um, but I guess like the way I perceive Fillion is like a little airheaded, but also like easily anxious about most things. So um, I don't know. If we had a sandwich together, it probably wouldn't be that bad. But I also feel like it would be a little awkward because there'd be a little too little conversation. And I also would not refuse a sandwich from Maybell. It's just I don't have the energy to match her energy. Um, so I would also just kind of just be sitting there nodding, going, uh-huh, mm-hmm, yeah.
Like,
So yeah, Pyrrhus would be my sandwich guy.
okay. The next question is, if you got isekai'd into your own game, would you prefer to take the place of one of the characters or just be an NPC, and would you mess with the plot?
I don't think I would take the role of any character in Semper EST specifically, just because the roles of each character are very much tied to their identity and their experiences, of which mostly do not match my own. So it'd be kind of weird to just like suddenly be placed into it. Um, I would also feel a little uncomfortable because then I don't really like the idea of taking the place of somebody else. Um, it's a little different when you like have a body swap. Like what was it? Like in Ascendance of a Bookworm, the main character got put into a body of a girl who fucking died in her sleep.
Uh,
I don't know if that's spoilers or
oh no, no,
anything,
I've
but
watched the entire series up to date.
that's the only thing that I remember from it. And I was like, damn, that kind of sucks. But also, like, now you don't. It kind of erases the question of morality of, oh shit, did I kill a person? Or oh shit, I can't believe I like actually replaced somebody else's loved one, and now I have to like be a fraud and whatnot. Like in that case specifically, it's very much a really weird twist of luck kind of deal. Like it's obviously really tragic, but like there's also the silver lining of being able to give new life to something that somebody else loved. But I don't really see that as any foreseeable position in some press. So, or at least not right now, because there's always like I guess isekaiing into a side character, but those are yet to be developed. So that will come later.
Okay.
And then, um, if I would be an NPC, the answer is yes. Like I, I'm not really the one to go on a major life-changing quest unless somebody asked me to. And I also had a party to help guide me because I would be so lost. But also, I would be so mad if I was isekai because I don't really like the medieval era of history. And even if there was like, I don't know, magic that could be accessed, um, I there's a lot of things I would miss from the modern world. I think I'd be pretty bummed. Nobody
Yeah.
would know what busing means.
It would be difficult. It's just the thought of a world without like internets or that kind of type of communication and entertainment is hard to imagine. So,
Yeah, like I could do without most social media, I think, as we've already established. But my biggest issue is not being able to listen to music whenever I wanted to.
mhm.
Like, if I want to go on a walk, I don't want to be alone with my thoughts all the time. Sometimes I just want to listen to some tunes.
All right. Let me see. If you were to date or befriend any of the characters in your game, who would it be and why? Were you to go on a date or an outing with them?
Oh,
Where would you go?
oh no! I forgot this was a question. The short answer is I would hope to not date any of them, just because like I think I briefly mentioned it earlier in the stream, but like I kind of view them all as like my children, so it'd be kind of weird dating your kids. Ew. And so like I very much have like a I don't know, like a I don't know, like a caretaker fondness of them, but also, as like the writer of the story, it's kind of twisted in a sense because I'm about to put them through so much bullshit. And so, er, is it okay if I just be like, I wouldn't do that?
That's fine.
Like, if we go on a date, it's just to hang out, eat
Uh-huh.
sandwiches like before.
Yeah.
I don't, like,
Date
I
or
also
befriend.
don't Yeah, like I don't form romantic connections with people that easily, anyways. So
Hmm.
if I were to just like meet somebody and they would be like, "Oh, I'm interested in you," I would just have to be like, "Ooh, that's really nice and all great for you, but I cannot return your feelings. I don't know you like that."
Should we move on to the next one
Yes, I
then?
I think I've answered the question to the best of my ability.
Alrighty. All right. So this is a situational question. Uh,
Uh-huh.
throw your characters into a generic high school setting. In this scenario, what circles do they run in, if any? So, like the preppy type, the goths, the that kind of thing.
Hmm. Ironically, I think Billion would be a loner. Just because, like, if we were to translate aliens human, I mean, like behavior into like human, like pretend that Billion is human for a hot second, um, Billion is definitely the type to be like giving people uncomfortably long stares, not because like there's any intention behind it, but because they're just kind of like, huh, and then like not realizing that they're doing that, and so that would kind of, I guess, like make people a little uncomfortable, or maybe like Fillion's also giving the type of person to always speak in really big words. Like if Fillion were a human child, they'd also be the type to read a lot. So like I know that with kids, if you stand out too much, you're definitely getting excommunicated. And if you're getting excommunicated early, you're gonna be a loner in high school. So, oof. Um, Maybell is a little bit hard for me to pin down just because there's a lot of things that would apply to her. And she also was kind of giving like multi circle hopping. Like it's kind of giving prep, but it's also giving girl in STEM, but it's also giving silly nerd kid. So it's kind of like I know some people who are like kind of hopping in between those circles and still making it work. So I think it's definitely possible. But like Mabel's definitely like a social butterfly. So it's not like she's going to be sticking with one group if she enjoys some aspect of another. So that's where I think she would be. Oh, imagining Gwen Hill in a high school setting is a little weird. Because to quote the Sultan from Aladdin, but you're so old. um, so I don't know because he's like also giving loader, but for completely different reasons for Fillion, which is so funny because like Fillion and Gwenhill are actually like really similar, but they don't like each other and they don't work well together. And so like the more similarities they have, the more pissed off they're gonna get at each other. But it'd be really funny to imagine like Gwen Hale as like the goth loner, and then Fillion as like the weird prep nerd, just kind of stares at him uncomfortably. Um, that I think would be funny. But I also feel like there's also like rich kid potential in Gwen Hale, just because he is a king, so king equals status. Status in the modern world equals rich kid. So there is also that aspect to explore. Um, and Puros is kind of giving jock, but not in like the I'm solely a jock and only care about sports thing, but maybe also into literature, maybe STEM. But I'm not really sure about the STEM. Maybe more into like literature and philosophy. I don't want to say political science because I know a guy who's also a little bit of a jock and into political science, and he kept violating my personal boundaries. So um, I don't think Heroes is like that. So I'm like trying to think of other circles that are available. I think I've talked about all of them. Maybe he'd be more like a class president kind of guy.
Hmm. All right.
He is giving a little bit of student leadership.
um, the next question. Your characters get stuck inside a haunted mansion. How do they react?
So, is it tied like the fun house type of haunted
Oh
mansion,
no,
or is
the
it like
actual
a
haunted
haunted?
type. Screw the fun type house.
Okay, yeah. I almost went on a tangent about haunted mansions, but anyway, focusing on answering question. So Fillion wouldn't like it. Also, in this scenario, are they all together as a group, or are they there individually?
All together as a group.
Okay, well, we already have some problems because Gwen Hill's trying to make Fillion get lost in the mansion, and Fillion's not having it. Um, Mabel's, trying to play Nancy Drew, and then Piros is kind of watching all of it happen. Like, maybe we should just exit the front door. It would be just as simple as that. Um, but Fillion wouldn't like it, but I think Fillion would be able to easily tell where the source of the haunting is and potentially vanquish it. Probably not by themselves, but like they would easily be able to identify the source of the problem and then get to the root of the problem. But like if they were there by themselves, I think Mabel would just get lost in there. Rip, like Piros would be strong enough to be able to get in there and get out um, whenever he wanted. Gwen Hill would probably just take the whole thing down. He just destroy the mission. um, but I guess if they're like all together, then like if they're gonna be hunting around the place, they might end up splitting up just because like Glenhill might try to tackle everything on his own, but like everybody else is trying to stay together, and they're like, dude, what the fuck? Then they have to not only find the source of the issue, they also have to find where Gwenhale went, and then I feel like Mayta would probably know how to like exercise it, but wouldn't be powerful enough to do it by herself. So if like they don't end up finding Gwenhale, they may be able, the three of them, to just solve the problem themselves. But also, because the threat itself is kind of so vague, I wonder if like depending on like what type of monster they're facing, is it like going to pick them off one by one, or is it just kind of a dormant ghost kind of deal? There's a lot of ways that this could play out, but I think the individual scenarios I gave could probably suffice because for the most part, um, the weaknesses that each character has individually is made up by a different character in the group. So together they'll definitely figure it out one way or another, but individually they're more likely to fail. Except for
Just
Pyros,
a lost
who would probably be
cause.
like, yeah, everyone will definitely have some sort of struggle. I feel like Julian maybe would definitely be able to get out by himself, but Maybell and Gwenhill might accidentally trap themselves in there, and Pyros would just be like, I think the fuck not.
All right. Well, the next question, another situational question. A
Mhm.
dimensional rift opens up, and one character from each of your games, Semper EST, March of Emissaries, Tears of the Mermaid, and Yugari's Rampage, end up meeting each other. What does this four-person gathering look like?
So I did the math. Um, Due to the cast sizes of each of those games, the total possibilities and combinations of who's in the four-person group ends up being 240 total possibilities. So, like, do we want to just like pick four and then I'll answer the question?
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
Who should we pick? Like, should we randomize it or
Whatever you want to do. If you want to pick main characters, side characters, anyone.
um, I'll have you pick at least one character. You remember any or all of them? Do you not have a choice?
Hmm.
Have you picked out a character yet?
Oh, me? Um,
Yeah, I asked for you to
oh,
pick one
sorry.
character.
Let me look through your itch.io page and pick some a random character from each.
Okay.
Okay, for Semper Est, we'll pick Filion.
Okay.
Let me get to your. Do, 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 do. Tears of a Mermaid. Let's pick. We'll pick the main character from it to make it easy.
Okay.
All right, so Ariel, for that one. Let's see, March of Emissaries. Um, how about I forget what her name is, but the demon lady.
Oh, Persephone.
Yes.
I think I want to pick someone else
Okay.
just because.
Should we just pick
Uh,
Caius then?
yeah. The
Okay.
reason why I wanted you to pick someone else is because I don't know if it's like spoilers or
All
anything,
right. Yeah. True.
but
Yeah.
like Oriole's technically Persephone,
Okay.
so we just feel like the same person twice.
Okay. So then for that one, we'll pick Caius.
Yeah.
For Yugari's rampage, let's pick. Uh, how about Hiyasa, the one with
Ooh,
the orange hair, Natsu.
yeah. Oh, I forgot they have last names. I don't remember any of them by their last
Oh,
names.
okay.
I was like, who is that? Yeah. Also, see, the funny thing about that is I think Yubari also has orange hair. So
Oh
if
yeah.
she did
Well,
Natsu's name, then I would have thought, wait, there's two of them though.
okay. Let's go with Yugari then. So the witch hat one with
Well,
the
we
gray.
can stick with Natsu. We don't have
Okay.
to change it.
All right. So
I
yeah.
just thought it was funny.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Philly and Oriole, Caius, and Natsu are all in a room.
Yes.
Oriole's probably freaking out because Philly has pink hair, and Oriole's like, "Whoa, everyone's hating me for my pink hair. That's so crazy. How do you have pink hair? How does no one hate you?" And Philly's just gonna be like, can't relate," which sounds really callous, but like Oriole's giving like emotional, and Philly's way more guarded than that. So they'd probably be a little off put, but like somewhat sympathetic, but also like not willing to be that open with a stranger. Um, Case I don't know that well because I'm not really familiar um with his lore. So I think March of the Emissaries is way shorter than Tears of the Mermaid, so there wasn't that much characterization for him, so I don't understand him as well. Um, I don't know. I think he'd be a little confused and perturbed at how many mystical creatures he's being surrounded with today because Natsu's a ghost. Natsu's a magical girl ghost, and Natsu's going to be loud and having a hissy fit. Um, Also probably confused as hell, but like a really mean bratty child about it. No one wants to put up with that, but she's being too loud to be ignored. So someone does something about it. Oriole tries to be kind, um, doesn't really get through. Philly is just kind of uncomfortable. Like, why is this child screaming? I wish I could just walk away. But Case would probably have to be the one person to do something about it, and he'd probably like end up quote unquote taming Natsu in like a big brotherly kind of way without realizing it.
Aw.
And then I don't know. I don't know if like Case and L'Oreal would have like really volatile interaction in the sense how do I say it? Like he's super shocked to like see her or like interact with her, or like Oriole's super confused because I think this also kind of depends on if Oreo is in her human form or not. But like it, because I think lore wise, Chaos no like finds out that Oreo um, is Persephone. So being able to meet her as Oriel rather than Persephone might be a little weird for him, but also like a new experience. And like Fillian's kind of just like watching all of this happen, and Case might think like Fillian's like really haughty and high and mighty with Fillion's like, I'm literally just standing here. um, like it might be just a weird uh scenario for Fillion, but like they're not going to be super unnerved or anything, but definitely inconvenienced and maybe find, I think, friendship with Oriel.
Okay.
It ended up being a lot sweeter than I thought it would be.
A little
That
less
was going to be
chaotic
really
than you thought.
chaotic. Yeah, Natsu I think is the most chaotic out of the four, but like if Natsu was replaced by, well, see the thing is if Natsu was replaced by Yugari, it would still be chaotic because Yugari is kind of like, ha ha ha, let me do something real quick, and then something real quick ends up being an experiment. The experiment explodes or it goes very wrong, and everyone's like, Yugari, what the fuck?
It's like, who is this person?
It's like, Yugari, you can't keep skipping your witch school homework, and it's like, sorry guys. I just had so much fun hanging out with you. Help me finish my homework. Eto,
The next question. Do you have a favorite piece of media, such as movies, games, music?
so just like one from every category, I think.
Uh, one from every category or just one in general? Just
Because I don't have like an all-time favorite piece of media that trumps literally everything else. But I do enjoy Perfect Blue by Satoshi Kon, who I mentioned is one of my inspirations, just because his direction capabilities are really good, and his manga Opus is one of my other inspirations. Um, because I like the meta exploration of it. In
hmm.
terms of games, I kind of already talked about Fire Emblem. In terms of music, it kind of switches every now and then.
Right.
I thought I had a favorite artist, but I guess I don't anymore.
Just kind of whatever you're in the mood for.
Yeah, because I kind of like go through eras and I have playlists that are either divided by season or by year. The ones that are divided by year are on YouTube, and the ones that are divided by season are on my Apple Music library. I don't know why it's like that. I just sometimes get tired of hearing the same thing over and over again, so I have to like restart.
Makes sense, makes sense. The last question is, do you have any pets?
Um, I don't want to get it. I don't want to be depressing, so I'm just going to say I used to have pets that I live with, but we don't anymore. But we do have a patron saint of the house, and her name is Wasabi, and she was a very spicy bunny, and she was very cute. She was a gray color, and I was actually allergic to her,
Oh
but I
no.
would still hang out with her all the time because my allergies weren't severe, and she was very cute, and she
Mm.
would eat plants that she probably wasn't supposed to.
Aw, rabbits are cute.
I
Uh,
love rabbits.
I did have a guinea pig at one point. I never had a rabbit, but I did have a guinea pig.
They're so funny. Guinea pigs are so head empty.
They
We
are.
also used to have a guinea pig, and my grandma used to have multiples of them, but she shouldn't be allowed to have pets personally. Actually, no, objectively, she shouldn't be allowed to have pets.
Mhm. I believe that is all of the questions.
We did it!
All right.
After so long. I'm sorry that took so long. I
Oh
feel
no,
like
that's fine.
half of it was a tangent.
Oh, the whole point of this is knowing more about both you and the game. Well,
True, true. This is my way of info dumping without randomly info dumping on a game update.
Exactly. Let me go and show the itch.io page here
Yeah.
so people can get an idea of what the game looks like. And if you want to go ahead and while I switch over, start giving an explanation about what the game's about and characters, feel free to.
Okay. The page isn't showing up evenly on the screen. It's like a
Yeah,
portion of it.
I think that's what I'm fixing right now. Here, where?
Oh, okay. All right. So for the viewers who don't know, Semper EST is my game that was inspired by The Last Unicorn and also inspired by Unicorn Hunted, which is a comic by Ian Simmons, which you could have gotten at the Shortbox Virtual Fair from last year, but I don't think you can get it from this year. So, oops. it I say these titles as inspiration to give proper credit, because I think these are really good pieces of work that should be checked out. But also, when you play the game, the the story itself um, are not retellings of either aspect. They are simply ideas pulled together by my experiences and concepts from both those pieces of media. You play as an amnesiac wanderer who was going to meet Thalion, but then had an accident. And now you must both journey together to, I guess, find your identities. And along the way, you meet Maybell, Gwenhale, and Pyros. And in the full game, you'll be able to choose who you, I guess, venture out in finding your identity with.
All right. So yep. If you want to go uh play the game yourself, I will after stream put a link to their itch.io page or itch.io page on my Twitter. Uh, but for now, yeah, and it's free to play. So no
Yippee!
payment, so you're good there.
We do take donations because I did want to put it on Steam, but did you know it's $100 to host a game on Steam?
Seriously?
Blink, blink. Apparently,
That's
because
insane.
Lee, the developer behind Tears of a Mermaid and March of the Emissaries, he wanted to put them on Steam, but like needed $100 because that's how much it costs to host a game.
Dang. I didn't
So
know
then
that.
they're like really incentivizing people to have paid to play games on there.
Yeah. Oh, let me get the game itself up. So, okay. Filion, Maybell, Gwenhale, and Poros.
Puros. But yes.
Puros. uh, da, da, da. Give me a sec. Full screen. Do a audio check. All right. So, like as you said, it isn't a retelling. It's just an inspired by kind of story, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. All right. So here we are, game page, which is actually very pretty. I really like the design of it.
Thank you. Um, we had a different Art Nouveau inspired idea, but because of the placement of the logo, we had to change it. So Ro, who is the main menu artist, and the Chibi-Philian artist. They'll also be making more chibis, I think, for Sunofest, but we'll see if um that will actually happen. Just because you never know what'll come up in a game jam. So make sure to give them props. I linked their socials in the Meet the Team post today.
All right.
It's game time.
Let's get to the game. All right. Start. All right. So like we said, we are gonna go hard mode. All right. So
Said
we'll
something
disable
really
that.
cursed.
So I'll use she, her settings. Inactive. Ooh. Very pretty. The UI design of the text box. What do we type? I like the oh, what do you call this again? I don't know. Just the way it hangs.
The stocks. I wouldn't know what it's called either. The decals? Because it's not a fleur de lis. That's different.
Oh, whatever it is, it's nice.
Thank you.
Cold. Mm? Suffocating. I. Eh? Who's that? Oh? Hello? Please tell me you're alive. Oh, thank goodness, you're alive. I live. I'm gonna assume we had drowned or something. Or lost consciousness and ended up in the water.
At this point, we're beyond answering questions.
Alright. I'm so sorry for panicking as I did. Thankfully, the bandits have left. Let me help you up. I sincerely apologize for all the commotion. I doubt I've made the best first impression. Alright, what are we... No, I mean... I say their impression is totally fine. It seems like they were worried about us. And, you know, that's enough. So... A faint smile grows on their lips, and a low chuckle escapes. It's good to know you're alright. The silence is palatable between the long moments of you two staring at the visible crease appearing in the brow. Do you not remember me? What is your name? It's... You can't even recall your own name? What? Filian pauses as a drop of water falls from their horn, falling past their line of sight. I really like their character design, by the way. They're pretty.
Thank you. As I've stated, I put my blood, sweat, and tears into those. Except for Fillion, who kind of just came to me in a vision.
Ah, I see. Who even are you? You may call me Fillion. And you must be very confused. My apologies. I was very hasty when our private meeting place was discovered. I hid us in the water. Ah, that's how it happened. But that may have been a mistake. Fillion, did you almost drown us? My horn made contact with the pond and purified it along with you. I really am sorry. It wasn't my intention to do so. I was so startled by those bandits, I figured hiding was the best option. I didn't know I could affect someone's memories. Such a thing has never happened before. Fillion pauses, insighs a forceful breath. Let's get out of here. Fillion leads you out of the pond. The water and shrubbery sloshing under you as you step to the edge of the water toward the solid land. Your pouches and clothes bound to the step, but an ornate vial in your waist stands out amongst the ensemble. A moment of tense silence passes as the two of you stand wordlessly as in the unspoken litany of questions. Oh. Now hearing it, aren't they? Hold on. Making sure it won't be on the stream.
Hear what specifically?
Turn it up just a tiny bit. There we go. Fillion doesn't meet your gaze as the water runs down your clothes in waves, whirling in the grass at your feet. Hesitantly, Fillion looks up toward you with a remorseful but hopeful look. Let me try this again. Good evening. My name is Fillion. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. What should I call you? We'll let Fillion pick our name.
Ooh.
Oh, then Tibby. Isn't it cute? I'm so glad I get to put a name to your face. It's quite unsettling to be discussing such sensitive matters with an unknown wanderer. I thought you knew us before.
That will be revealed
Later.
a little sooner. Well, sooner rather than later.
Although I suppose you're as known as a newborn pebble. I'd hate to leave you in this state since you're a stranger to your own self. Isn't there something that can be done about this? If there's magic, there should be a spell or something to fix this. Well, about that. Not quite. When you use magic, you are channeling energy. It takes years to be able to access that energy, and then many more to accurately mold it to your will. There are those born knowing that others that spend years to know. Finding a magic user capable enough to fix your situation will be quite the oddish task. I will help you regardless of the setback since I am responsible for the situation. However, I cannot promise your salvation from your ailments. Are you prepared to commit to the arduous journey to discover yourself? We don't really have a choice, so yeah. No, it's like I say no. Gay men, so I say no. Fillion leaves. Game over.
I wouldn't be that cruel.
That would actually be kind of funny, though.
It would be, but I feel like it'd be anticlimactic.
It would. Pillion chuckles fondly and takes a step toward you. Before we depart, is there anything you'd like me to help you understand? How did we meet each other? Alright, yes. I don't understand what happened here. Yes, well, I've been looking. Looking for others like me. We met in a far town, and agreed to meet here after your recent travels. You knew of many tales, so I figured you must know of others like me. You agreed to tell me all you found out in exchange for my services. Well, Fillion's in trouble now because we don't know shit.
Yeah.
Do note that no unicorn would ever willingly offer their service to anyone. I have not known unicorns to be charitable unless it served their interest. I left after staying near one of the local towns, and I suppose the state of the kingdom is worse than I recalled. I was followed after I left. I thought I would have lost them as I traveled through the nights, but they were persistent on pillaging something I do not own. Won't this distract you from your search? It will, but this is something I have wondered about for a while. My journey does not end just because I decide to help you with yours. I highly doubt they know who we are, but I'm gonna ask anyway. I was hoping to know as well. When you first met, you didn't let on much information. It was risky meeting you here for information. But what choice do I have when there might as well be no other half-unicorns in the world? Okay, so interesting, they're half-unicorn, so... I suppose the only clue you have to your identity would be whatever a seer could extrapolate from you. Your mortal years passed by too quickly for me to be able to puzzle together your occupation from your clothes. We've already confirmed they're half unicorn, but might as well ask anyway. You're not aware of unicorns? I'm not the only being with a corn, but most you find are monsters. Unicorns are one of the few docile creatures to possess a horn. Although I am only half. Oh, it's a good question. How is your horn capable of purifying? All magical creatures have a special talents, but some have overlapping abilities. Most unicorns are able to heal or create in order to maintain the forest they inhabit. Ooh. I suppose this means I have the capabilities of a true unicorn? You don't know? Well, being only half unicorn means some traits are inherited, while others are not. Unicorns are already rare, but a half is even rarer. And there is no consistency to what is inherent traits and what is not. There's much I don't know about my capabilities and limits. There's no other to learn from or seek guidance. You know, it would be kind of sad to have us to be part of a species that's borderline is extinct.
Yeah, and especially since like I think in the lore for the last unicorn, unicorns don't really reproduce that often either, so it's almost like a self-determined path to extinction.
That's sad. I've heard that some unicorns are even capable of shapeshifting, though the others would question why one would remain to do such a thing if you are already something as illustrious as a unicorn. Is my condition that bad? It's difficult, but there are ways to reverse this. Please allow me to be your guide in finding a solution. It's the least I could do. Magic may course through my being, but I am no master of it. Let us not waste any more time tonight. We are lucky it's a warm summer night, or our health would have been in danger. So I take it they're not good with cold weather. Same. I hate cold weather.
I also hate cold weather, but I also hate really hot weather too.
Yeah, true. Especially the 100-degree type hot weather.
Ugh, don't remind me.
You adjust yourself before Filion quietly leads you away from the spring, and through the sparse forests surrounding it. You don't get far before the exhaustion claims you, and you request a rest for the night. Oh, constellations. Filion complies, and you stop by a clearing a few paces from a dirt road, all but collapsing and hearing a faint whisper before your consciousness slips. You must be really low on energy.
I mean, you just woke up from almost drowning.
True, yes. Good night. Why does that feel a little ominous? I know it's probably not, but the way my brain works, it reads as if it's good night. In like a creepy way.
Uh-huh.
You travel from Weeping Spring across the plains of Red Vine, will terrace and awkward with uninitiated conversation. Despite Fillion's vigor the previous night.
It's a red vine. It's not a Twizzler.
Vain, sorry. Now a plane made of Twizzlers, that sounds delicious. Today they remain distant and steadfast. You decide to not push it and arrive promptly. The annual Harvest Festival will be held soon, and you both manage to blend in with the diverse call of travelers. What is Egbus?
Yeah. Did you know that in Latin, the V was actually used as a U? So it would be Agus.
Oh, okay. I'm like, eggs versus what?
Egg versus would be really funny.
Eggs versus unicorns. Now in theaters. You and Filion caught suspicious and awestruck gazes, but none confronted you, as if they were trapped in a daze. Red veins known for their court natures. I'd rather not waste time here if we know where they reside. If only it wasn't so crowded, we would have been done sooner. Is that why you've been semi-ignoring me all morning? Because large crowds make you anxious? No! It's just... well... you can see the attention we draw. I'm not the type to enjoy it. That doesn't sound like something someone would say if they weren't bothered. I don't think bothered would be an accurate description. If it's really been affecting you that much, why don't you say anything? I already committed to helping you. Although I can't bear crowds, I honor my promise to you and intend to uphold it. There's a burden of responsibility for what I've done to you, and I must shoulder the consequences that come with it. I sure would hope so. I would hope she or they don't just walk away. Like, oh, sorry about that. Sorry you lost your memories. Well, that sucks. Well, have a good day. Liam. You don't have to bear the burden alone. We're in this together.
We're all in
This together. Thank you. I'm willing to overcome this discomfort for you. Let us not waste it and make haste. Thelian leads the way through the tumultuous tide of the pre-festival crowd. It's still possible to find a magic user here in the city instead of trying to meet with the court mages, right? We'd be able to leave sooner, right? Yes. But the key here is experience. Not just any mage with a few years of practice will be able to aid you. It's especially evident ever since we passed those fortune teller tents. We're looking at you, Miss Fortune.
Mrs. Fortune.
I'm starting to worry humans will lose magic forever at this rate. I just noticed the kid there. Looks like they're waving their hands like... It's cute.
My teachers said that they really like drawing crowds, and I was like, okay, epic, because I don't.
Oh, don't say that while we're so desperate. We've made our rounds here, so we can look for those court mages now, okay? Yes. As soon as the crowd parts ways. As the thick sea of people spin you round and round in place. Spin you right that round, baby, right round. You notice a standout outfit. An I cannot say this word.
Ostentatiously.
Thank you. Ostentatious. Large hat. You thought she looked out of place here, especially since she seemed to be haggling customers for wares. Her clothes didn't give her away or her occupation, but unidentifiably contrasted her compatriots in the square. I'm gonna guess she's a witch, just by the hat.
Yeah, I realize it gives that impression after I finished her design, but I didn't want to make the hat smaller or anything, so she has a cat.
Well, keeps her the sun away. Your plate catches her eye, and does a double take at Villian. Trying to avoid a scene, you both force your way from the crowded square. Not about to let this moment pass by, The girl swiftly abandons her stall and makes a quick break toward the two of you. She's like, dang, unicorns! Sorry, guys.
Sorry, bro. I know where my priorities are.
Yes. Actually, in stories, aren't unicorn horns like sometimes used as like
Cool.
it extends people's lives or makes them live forever?
I think it depends on the lore. Like usually, sometimes unicorn horns are harvested for personal gain, but sometimes what they do varies between story to story.
Some shouting could be heard, but you and Villian managed to secure a spot outside the main crowd. Just as you thought she lost her, she appears behind you. Wow, I can't really believe it's you! You and Villian jump in surprise. Me? What other creature has a singular horn on their head? Unless that stupid prank cast an illusion to trick me again. This can be really embarrassing. Wait, you can see? Yes? And I thought the court mages were our only option. Well, I'm suppose you're lucky to have met one of the few disciples of Red Vane's elite court mages. But fine!
I'm gonna start calling it Twizzler Town from now on.
My name is Maybell, and it is such an honor to meet you. But what are you doing in a human civilization? I thought unicorns lived in isolation. We do. Most of us, at least. We are here to find a powerful magic user to heal her ailments. Oh, I see. Well, never fear. I can help. My mentor isn't in right now. On a magical quest and everything, but they train me well. I should be able to help you. Oh, great. Can you restore lost memories? It's like anything but that. What? That's what you need help with?
You're pretty close.
No one's been able to do that before. If you have amnesia, don't your memories come back after you refamiliarize yourself with your life? Or hit yourself on the head again? Sounds like a great idea. Alright, where's the nearest frying pan?
Well, I think a good thing to know is that Mabel's not a doctor.
Even the most powerful sorcerers and witches here can't pull that off. Memories are such delicate subject. In this situation, is the situation different since my amnesia is magically induced? Magically induced? That's even harder! You feel your heart drop to your stomach. Wait, so I'm really that lost a cause? Mabel's face falls, guilt rising for rousing despair in you. No! I mean, yes? It's not all bad news. We can ask around and see if anyone knows you. And if they don't, I'm sure someone will take you in. Pet unicorn, yay!
No.
And to constricted air falls upon the three. Is the situation that dire? Villian straightens, trying to hold back the desperate look on their face. Yes. Tibby and I have only just recently met, but she is in a possession of a critical information that I need. Or had. I am also responsible for this mess, and it's only right that I am the one to rectify it one way or another. I see. Well, I'm at least able to help you search for clues. You don't seem to be very familiar with the finer worlds of magic, so you'll definitely need a guide. The Abandoned Kingdom up north is said to be home to the most extensive library, so it's a good place to look for workarounds. It even had manuals and guides written by the Fae themselves. Famous for manipulating memories, of course. Lucky for you, I know the in and out of that place. Wait, we're going right now? Weren't you in the middle of something? Don't you have a line of customers waiting for you? Like, don't worry about those. Come along, dears, let's go. Well, yes. But there are others that will cover for me. It's not like I'm officially employed or anything. I was volunteering. It's not my full-time job, you know? Plus, this is important. It's not every day a unicorn requests your help, which is already quite a dire mind of you. This will also be integral to my learning as a sorcerer. Thus, I must answer the journey's call. If we'll be going on a quest together, Tibby and, Villian. Tibby and Villian. Let's head out to East Gate, so we'll be right on our way to Northern Mirror. I like when the characters slide off the page. I just find it so funny.
I'm glad that you liked it. I was a little bit worried that it would seem a little too goofy for that scene specifically.
That's fine. I actually quite enjoy that little how it does that. It just amuses me. You all arrive at the edge of Gwenhale's territory and notice how uninhabited everything is. It's a mess. Any houses you find are empty or broken. The earth is dry, most of the growth are weeds, and animals are nowhere to be seen. Villian leads as you enter the forest before the sea, where a staunch smell of humidity and smoke fills your lungs. Shouldn't the Bull of Victory be out here guarding the castle? It's part of his contract to do so, isn't it? So you'd think, huh? Despite the shock, the man just laughs, but his body language maintains an air of intimidation and aggression. No need to be so scared. What brings you here? Oh, travel. As always. You three aren't exactly the most standard band of travelers. You can be honest. Let Maybelle and Fillion handle this. I lost my memories. I don't know how to handle situations, okay? Don't expect me to do anything. We are here to see the library at the Northern Mirror, and nothing else. So, we will be on our way. Not so fast. No one is allowed near the castle. If you don't leave, I'll have to subdue you. And I can guarantee you, if you disobey, you won't make it back to where you came from. So you? I'm trying to decide what is the smarter option.
You can always save. I
Oh, true.
I noticed that you haven't been saving.
I haven't been. I'm really bad at saving. I like never save.
I always save because I always like to like roll back and I guess like see what the different possibilities are.
So we. I'm gonna try to make a break for it. It's gonna be horrible. We're gonna be caught because bulls are fast. But I feel like we can't outsmart a bull. At least I can't. Everyone scram!
Run.
In a startled panic, you grab Maybell and Fillian's sleeve as they turn to run, but you lose hold of each of them and split off in panic. You are on your own, dashing at breakneck speed, watching the pines glide past and dodging wet debris. Your lungs burn with the sting of cold air, but feel only the humid moisture on your face. All the trees look the same. The wet branches and leaves continue to crunch under your shoes, and you feel no faster or swifter. I feel like some like actiony like music here would be fitting.
I did consider it, but the reason why there is no music is because it's meant to be anticipatory. Because if I were to just like get music to just fill in the silence, then you wouldn't be able to, I guess, sit with the tension. Because I did consider getting like a battle theme made, but the problem with that would be that I won't get to use it very often. So it may happen in a future iteration, but I don't think I'll be changing it for the free version.
All right, all right. You may be lost. Mabel didn't exactly give you directions to the castle, and you were practically born yesterday. Did the bull intend for this to happen? You all are easy pickings on your own, but you don't hear him behind you. You stop, but forget your momentum and trip to the ground. Oof. Out of breath, you try to observe your surroundings, but you are as lost as before. With no options, you trudge forward, exhausted from your previous pace. You begin to travel uphill, but you can't see much over the trees. Even so, you continue onwards. Eventually, you see a washed-out brick wall in between the branches of trees. Your hope quickens your pace until you're at arm's length away from the wall. It's uneven, worn, and its crevices covered in moss. You look straight and left to see the wall that just continues. It's the Great Wall of China.
No, wrong area. I almost considered making a visual novel based in like ancient China, but I'm like, I don't really know that much about China to be doing that.
It would be cool though, but you have to do some research for
Yeah,
region-based types of games.
yeah. There's an irony to this, but I'm not going to elaborate on it today.
Okay. You look up in the wall towers over the trees before capping off at a rail, likely used to prevent knights from falling while patrolling. Because one time, way far back, they had a knight who was actually an egg, and he had a terrible
An
fall,
egg.
and it was a whole
Oh
thing.
my god.
It's not a height you can climb. Go left. You keep walking apprehensively along the wall until a sprinting Maybell catches you off guard and knocks you over.
Oh.
Timmy! I'm so glad to see you. I thought the bull would have gotten you first. Well, thank you, Maybell. Thanks for believing in me. Ouch. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me help you up. I've been running non-stop since I came here across the main road. I didn't see you or Fillion at the gate, so... Maybell, I was talking about the bull finding me first. Oh. Even amongst a tense situation, you both can't help but giggle with each other. Maybell hoists you up as she straightens herself out, and you let out a chuckle. In all seriousness, have you seen Fillion? No. Which has me a little worried. I was going to ask you the same, but if you're asking that, then it means you haven't seen them. No, I haven't. But if we keep looking, we might lose our chance to get into the castle. You make a good point. But it makes me uneasy to just leave them. They're not defenseless, but this situation isn't by any means safe. I do feel bad if we are to just, abandon Fillion to their fates. I understand, but we'll just have to trust Fillion. All right. Your companion is a little unnerved, but you both push forward past the lime-stained gates. Cool place. Kind of ominous, but also cool. You quietly cross the disheveled courtyard, and through the heavy oakwood doors. The faint but noticeable scent of moisture, dust, and filth mingle in an unsavory but undeterring olfactory experience. You look around, but only hear the distant clanging of old metal and the wind whistling outside the open door behind you. The wind rustles behind your back, and the seaside moisture permeates the room. The limited sunlight struggles to reach beyond the dirty glass windows, barely lighting the room. All you can see is how far the atrium opens up. A couple of darkened hallways, and the beginning of a staircase. Mabel follows your daring gait at the center of the atrium. Atrium. Maybe he's dead. Wow, that's... positive thoughts. Or so you'd think. I'm starting to notice a trend here. A blade swings swiftly through the air and levels at your neck, preventing you from proceeding further. A figure steps further into the atrium, and you begin to see his tall silhouette catch the faint light. What makes you think you can triumph into my land unpunished? A tense pause passes as he glares into your eyes. Where is Paris? There's no way he'd allow you to enter here. As you're about to answer, the thundering proceeds to get louder, as if it was coming closer. That's just the other two being, they're gonna come crashing through the door. Gwenhale's gaze shifts toward the outside of the door. A bull, just shy of the height of the trees, herds your remaining companions steadily toward the oak doors. They look a little worse for wear, but frazzled at best. Gwenhale lowers his spear from your neck, but swiftly grabs your arm and redirects his spear toward your companions. Outside, now. Jeez. You both rushed outside as you wrestle against Grenhill's iron grip as he drags you out. The giant bull begins to wrap, a warp, shrinking down to the visage of the man from earlier. He proudly claps the shoulder of your missing companion, causing them to flinch. I see you got sloppy. Hey, last I checked, you weren't so great with hunting yourself, Mr. Fisherman. Plus, I scattered. I'm not a shepherd dog, Hargrave. You're the bull of victory. This should be child's play for you. You can see the patience wear thin on Grenhill's face before turning his attention back to you. Give me a reason why I shouldn't just kill you three right now. Whoa! There's no need for that. We just came here for a visit. Gwenhill gives a long and unimpressed glare. We have reason to believe you are responsible for those of my kind who have gone missing. We do? And your library may be the answer to my ailments. Naturally, recovering from magic-induced amnesia is impossible, and I need a solution. Grenhill scoffs. It's been a long time since someone has come here to beg of my services. Play your cards right, and you will find your answers in time. But know that it will come at the cost of your service to me. However, you, unicorn, don't think for a second that anyone would be missing a halfling. You're worth half as much care and twice as much empathy. You're just as damned as the rest of us. That's not very nice. But your story is true, isn't it? Time ago, a unicorn vanquished your evil stain of a father. And since then, more and more, what little numbers we have left have fallen away. Where could they have gone, if I am the only one who searches and none of them are revealed? Don't entertain such deception. What? Suddenly fickle rumors bear truth? Mabel noticeably shrinks and turns away. I thought you'd be wiser than that. With your all-knowing, condescending capabilities? The two glare fiercely at each other. Grenhill's armor creaks under the force of his tension, and Filian's aura prickles as a wild look begins to creep in their eyes. Grenhill moves to lunge at Filian's neck.
Wow, you guys had quite the time, huh?
Yeah. Mr. Grenhill, can we chill down a little bit? I'm gonna protect my friend.
The power of friendship.
You place yourself in Grenhill's path and move your arms to block him. He grabs your arms and yanks you to the side angrily. Why do you defend this creature? What did it promise you? Immortality? Wealth? Incredible fortune? It just promised me my memories back. I'm not asking for much.
I want my life back.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I just want to know who I am. Don't be a fool. It could not give you anything, even love. This sick thing will let you die if it finds fit to do so. Gwenhale swings back to face Filian. What's to stop me from removing your existence in addition to your pure-blooded kin? Your nature is the same, cold and selfish. I haven't killed any unicorns, but that isn't to say I won't. You may not be the culprit from that day, but I can erase you all the same. I've been hunting nearly all my life. But now, a unicorn greets me at my own front door. How twisted. But I won't refuse what fate has given me. His stern gaze meets your eyes, but flicks down, noticing the twinkle of the magical item on your side. If we give you this thing we have here, will you, help us? Maybe?
Oh man.
I didn't realize unicorns trifled with magic users now. I'm not a magic user! Oh, see? Don't be stupid. I can sense it as easily as I breathe. Only experienced magic users keep something as potent as that around them. Maybe I am a magic user. Maybe I'm the best wizard in the world.
Maybe I'm the Wizard of Oz.
Yes. Do not look behind the curtain. And thus, you're one of the desperates. But I won't doubt stupid as one of the possibilities. Enough! Just let us go. Keep your grudges or whatever. We've seen all we need to see. Yeah, all we need to. A thought crosses his mind, his face, and his mind, and he lets out a dark chuckle. Stay. I can guarantee you more success in your endeavors than the current companions can. You know the price. Actually, no, I don't. Can you please explain to me?
Oh, we stated it earlier. It was kind of subtle, so I understand if you weren't able to pick up on it.
Oh. Can you tell me what it was that I forgot?
Oh, you have to work for him.
Oh yes.
It's not explicitly said, but it's like kind of he's hiring, but not really.
Yeah, I did mention something about working for him earlier, I do remember now. Okay, I don't know where it is, but...
It's okay.
You know the price. Oh, you're mean. I'm gonna leave with my friends, okay?
Should I stay or should I go?
No, I trust my companions. So you've made your choice. This isn't the last of me, you see. Now get out. Feline storms out of the courtyard, as you and Maybell wordlessly follow to catch up. You know, in scenes like that, I always forget that I need to click in the transition scenes. I'm just waiting there for a second, like, oh yeah.
I do that too.
The tension is thick as the three of you make quick work putting distance between you and the castle. Mabel gives you a worried look as the two of you try to keep pace with Fillion's maddening strides. The suffocating silence makes every crunch of leaves and twigs echo, while the chirping of insects begins to ring as you exit the pine forest. There we go, that's the demo. Yay! Should I go back and see what... Ooh, what does this do? Oh, it brings you
It's
to
just
the
a survey.
Oh, okay, I'll keep that up.
Alright, thank you.
I want to see what happens if I say stay. Fine, I'll comply.
This is
Good. Then as of now, you are in service to me. I expect no less than success. You're gonna be sadly disappointed. What? You're going to leave just like that? Let them down hard. It's not personal, Maybell. If I have the opportunity to learn, I must take it. Thank you, Maybell and Filian. I appreciate what you've done for me until now, but we must part ways. Maybell stands heartbroken, while Filian sighs. I understand. Well, I hope to see you again someday. Enough of the sob story. Get out before I really kill you. So get off my lawn!
He really is just to get off my lawn. I didn't think about that.
Windhail swiftly heads toward the large oak doors, just as fast as Filian heads toward the gate. Maybell struggles to keep pace with Filian, but doesn't look back. So, hi there. Nice to meet you, Mr. Red Bull. I guess we'll be seeing more of each other from now on.
Sounds funny when you say it like that. Yo, what up, Mr. Red Bull?
No, don't leave! I don't want to be alone! You watch them leave before turning to follow Gwenhill through the oak doors. Her host quietly follows. There we are! Yay!
Yeah, as you can see, it's not much, but what happens after that is supposed to be point calculated, and you can see which points you've accumulated in your save, but you can't view it from the menu because it changes during a save. So it changes each time, which I'm looking forward to implementing the full thing because I'm interested to see what kind of endings are most common for people to achieve.
I'm liking it.
Thank you.
Alright, so we got a gallery. I'm missing one CG.
Well, I think it's just the like a background and not a
Ah. Well, it's still a CG.
yeah, like a proper CG.
I'm a completionist, so. Got the music
I don't
room.
remember which one it is.
It was. I'd probably find it after the after we meet Maybell. Probably if actually it's probably if I choose the try to trick bow. Which actually I could. I have a save point there. Red Bull theme gives you wings.
Yeah, Maybell was supposed to have a scene where her theme would appear, but it was one of the things that had to get cut. Because I didn't plan it very well. I forgot that Maybell shows up at the town too.
I think it's cute. The little expressions on the face when you hover over them.
Yeah, Sophie picked those out. They're very cute.
Half unicorn, acquaintance, purification, swift movements, animal communication. Alright, so a little bit of a kind of a character. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Character. Well, as it says, the character profile. So.
Mm-hmm.
I keep doing that. So yeah, we said or explained earlier, there is a mode where you can you know what? Like, actually, let me activate it, guided mode, and go back to his safe spots, like this one, and see how that changes things, or just what it looks like. So we're gonna do the opposite one, the one we didn't try before, outsmarting the bull. Okay, so we're gonna, I'm gonna talk him out of it because I am horrible at riddles. Like, really, don't ask me to create a riddle because you're not gonna get anything, basically. But that's not your job, is it? Why waste your breath doing something you don't benefit from? Regardless, you're trespassing on foreign land. That's not very diplomatic, is it? And what of it? This place is abandoned and we're not here with malevolent intentions. You're only contracted to thwart the king's enemies. We haven't done anything but step onto your soil. Step on the soil. You have no power over us. A crafty one you are. It seems you have your wits about you. It is true. You've done nothing to antagonize His Majesty. So I will let you go. Although it'd be in your favor if you did just follow me back. By the time you all enter the courtyard, Grand Hell is stationed squarely in the center of the courtyard, as pleased. I see you got sloppy. Hey, I got them here all at once, at least. You're the bull of victory. This should be child's play for you. You can see the patience wearing thin on Grenhill's face before turning his attention back to you. Give me a reason I shouldn't just kill you three right now. Alright, now we're back to that, the same, group of text that's...
Yep. It's the main point.
Is it me?
Converging point.
I do notice there are those, when I was doing the, beta testing, there's a certain converging points where they, the options in the main story meet up, so... So when I want to 100% complete things, I just need to find where that is, and then it makes it easier to do the whole completionist thing.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to find the missing background, because I think that was part of the scene that got cut out.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of just locked in. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. Well, I
was trying to think really hard, like, where is it?
So... Alright, would you get out of the way this time? Oh, okay, so I see there's different colors. So, Protect Filian probably, gives you points with Filian, of course. Blue, I'm gonna assume, gives you, points with, Grenhell. So that's what you mean by the whole, what was it called?
It's guided mode.
Guided mode.
I couldn't think of a fancier name to call it, so
Oh no,
I was just like,
that's a fine name. My brain just goes...
That's okay. Mabel actually has a blue color as well, but it's like way brighter and softer, like a sky blue or like a baby bell blue.
So about
And
the
Pyros
probably the
has-
same color as her outfits, right? The lighter color.
Yeah, and Pyros has like a dark red, but was kind of difficult trying to pick a red that wasn't going to blend in with everything.
So yeah, this is what guided mode would do. It's gives a color representative to the character around the option. And that's cool.
Thanks. Props to Sophie for coming up with the idea.
He's an angry guy. Look at that face.
Is are you going to try any other routes, or are you done for today?
I can try more routes. Me. So I assume this is those two routes. So my menu, there it is. So to do the other routes, well, I didn't really make a save point further back, so.
Well, to be honest, you did save at the most major points for things. I guess separate, because up until like the town, it's more just like conversational.
Okay. Then I believe oh, not outsmart, make a break. There was an option of who to go with, or
There's no direct option of who to go with, but you picked left last time, and
Okay.
your only other option is right.
Okay, that's what it was. Alright, so let's go right and see what happens. You continue to walk apprehensively along the wall. The higher altitude allows the salty sea breeze to reach you, causing a shiver due to lack of humidity from before. Soft thundering can be heard in the distance, but you can't pin down its source. Tibby? You startle. Fillion! The bull didn't catch you? Almost. But I was swifter. He definitely put up a fight. You sigh in relief. Well, I'm glad you're okay. That was a spur-of-the-moment idea, and I started to regret it once I got lost. Fillion softly chuckles. I thought it was a good idea. Well, thank you. We should try to find the entrance. Everything this way has collapsed. Then I guess it's as simple as going the other way. The thundering from before is a bit more sporadic, and less frequent. But the breeze is just as cold and just as persistent. You notice Fillion eyeing you, and slow down a bit. What are you looking at? Should I be blushing?
Only if you want to.
Oh, there's sea spray on your head. It's as if you woke up on a spring morning with a dewdrop crown. It's cute. Fillion proceeds to faintly brush a few areas where the droplets rest on your head. The last place allowing him to gently brush your cheekbone. Oh. Thank you. A little flustered, you pick up the pace a bit and continue walking. As you do, some of the spray goes flying, and you can briefly hear Fillion giggling before catching up with you. Your companion is a little unnerved, but you both push forward past the lime-stained gates. And this time, Maybelle is gonna be the one that's captured, or comes flying through the door with the, purse.
flying through the door.
Actually, I just see it in my head. Both of them running. Door slams open. You could make a sound effect for when the door opens. If you wanted.
I think I have one, but I may or may not have like decided to put it in because I may have forgotten that it was there.
Feline shivers and grimaces, slowly trailing behind you. Sensing Filine's discomforts, you pause and offer your hand. Oh, hello, Farah. You proceed further into the atrium, with Filion in tow. Yep, the blade at the neck. The angry Grenhell. And... Sophie grabs your arm with spiritual pins. So technically it would seem the door is already open, so maybe no door slam.
It would be funny.
It would be funny. You both rush outside as he wrestle against Grimhill's on grip, as he drags you outside. The giant bull begins to warp, shrinking down to the visage of a man from earlier. So you're back to that part. What's the next line of text?
Do you have skip only unread text enabled?
No, I don't. I don't think so.
You can check it in settings.
Skip.
Oh wait, no, you don't want to leave it unchecked. Because unseen text means that you haven't read it yet, and then you won't know if you read it.
That's an odd option.
I was just making sure that it was off.
That's an odd option.
Yeah, it's one of the default ones.
I don't want to know what the story is. Click.
I think it's for those that like they update and you've already read through everything, but then it resets your history, and so you have to skip through everything again.
Oh. Okay, that actually makes sense. Did that one. What now? Okay. I'm a human! Put them down hard. Hey, it was great being with you, but, you know, I'm gonna go, okay? Look, we don't know each other. I don't know you anything. You even said it yourself, Villian. I'm an unknown entity, a stranger. I don't know anything about myself other than my own name. But what I do know is that I, as myself, am willingly making the decision to stay and learn what I can to help myself. Mabel stands heartbroken while Fillion sighs. I understand. He's like, enough with this melodrama, let's go. Okay. Anything I haven't got, I think, is before all my save points.
No, you haven't tried riddling the bull yet.
Oh, I haven't? Oh, okay, let me try that then.
No.
Oh yeah, I decided that I'm not good at riddles.
Don't worry. I made 2 pre-made options so that you wouldn't have to, like, come up with one.
Wait, solve my riddle and I submit to thee. Fail my riddle and let us flee. You barely register Fillion Mabel's shock over the sheer amusement on Perho's face. Alright, do your worst. And look at the second one after, so... How many drops of water can be put into an empty cup? 1. After 1 drop, the cup is no longer empty. You hear a deep rumble as Perho darkly chuckles at you. Nice try.
1.
Now, as per your rules, you do as I say. Since you didn't heed my word, you will have to be judged by the man of the land himself. So single file and don't make any sudden moves. Make this easy, and it'll be over soon. Feline and Mabel are stunned in silence the whole way to the castle, and Perhos hurts you casually, as if this was a common occurrence. It was an odd situation to be in, and it was very awkward to walk into the castle. And... Oh, I can just, yeah, let's just do this. Back. A man has 5 children. Half of them are his daughters. How is that possible?
Well, there's 2 answers, but only because we exist in the modern day.
Yeah, I was gonna say. But that concept of, I don't think exists here in this time.
It's my world, so I get to say what happens and doesn't.
True. There's 2 ways to answer this riddle. I see 2 solutions, but not which one is the true answer. You could easily pick the other solution regardless of my choice. I concede. Now I understand you seek Grenhill's library for your personal reasons, so I'll give you this. I'll escort you to the castle, but I won't guarantee access to the library. I'll take my chances. Feline and Mabel are stunned in silence the whole way to the castle. There we go. Now we're back here.
We did it! Yippee! I think
Skip.
that might be all of them.
Alright, I guess protect Fillion. How about what proof do you have? I did that one, did I? Oh, no. What's in red? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we done that. We did that one. We have that
Yeah,
text.
that one I think should yield the same text.
Oh, they all yield the same text?
Just for this choice. This is saving different data for later. So I think you've gotten to the point where you've done the more significant route branches? Because the only other, I think, choice wheel of interest was like the question circle. Um, and that's it.
Mm.
So, since you've gone
Mm-hmm.
to the part, the favorite, I guess, scene or choice that I wrote was riddle him this. Because it's such a silly thing to say, but like, in terms of like fables, it makes sense. But this kind of relies on you knowing fables, so I try to keep it as vague as possible, so it's easy to understand.
Right. Well, is there anything else you want to say? Or,
Um, no, I think I've done a good bit of yapping for today.
okay. Or, there we go. That was Semper Est by, Sen. So go ahead and
Essie?
check the game out yourself. Experience the story. And, follow their socials for updates in the future on the game.
Yeah. And with that, I must thank you so much for having me on your stream. But I must go. My Wi-Fi is dying.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming on by. I enjoyed having you.
Thank you. I hope you have a good rest of your night.
All right, I will.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye. All right, well, there we go. So thank you for everyone who came on by and hung out. Learned a lot more about Sen and them. So yeah, keep an eye out for the game updates. And I'm excited to see what's in store for us in the future. Not that I'll need to watch The Last Unicorn. I haven't watched it, so I think I'll probably do that, depending on what time it is now. Maybe tonight. Oh, no worries, Farah. Thank you for coming by anyway. Oh, let me put on my weekly schedule. Alright, so tomorrow, Saturday, we're gonna be doing the Love in Deep Space, and we're gonna meet Silas. That cutie. And I'm gonna click on him, and I'm gonna bully him, and I'm probably gonna squeal at some point. So yeah, come hang out and come by and hang out for that tomorrow. And then next week, I'll have some more indie games and hopefully some more interviews as well. More Twisted Wonderland is gonna be next week. I plan. If you wanna. I enjoy it. I like clicking on the character and just seeing what they say. I like poking Raphael until he gets embarrassed. Or until he does the whole turns away thing. So cute. It's fun to bully them. But yes, anyway, off topic. So yeah, Love in Deep Space Saturday, and next week more indie games, more Twisted Wonderland, and more interviews. With that said, that'll be all for tonight. Halloween twist fanfic. That could be fun. But yes, I'm gonna head out, maybe grab myself a little something to eat, and probably turn on The Last Unicorn. I think I saw that I can watch it on Amazon Prime, so I'll check that out. Alright, well thanks for coming on by. Thanks, Sen, for joining and hanging out and doing an interview. And I hope to see everyone again. And I hope everyone had a good time. And yeah. Beware of unicorns and their using magic, or rather have unicorns and their using magic, because they may wipe your memories accidentally. So keep an eye out for that, okay? And have a safe night. Alright, so have a good night, morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it is, and I'll see you again.